This Guy's Garage. Like and subscribe.
I need to interrupt the current proceedings before the committee. Pursuant to the order made by the House on Monday, December the 4th, 2023, the committee is meeting at this hour to consider Bill C-50 at clause by clause. Because of this interruption, the debate on Mr. Falk's sub-amendment stands adjourned. I would like to provide members of the committee with a few comments on how the committee will proceed with the clause by clause. As the name indicates, this is an examination of all the clauses in the order in which they appear in the bill. I will call each clause successively, and each clause is subject to debate and vote. If there are amendments to the clause in question, I will recognize the member proposing it who may explain it. I would like to remind committee members that pursuant to the order adopted by the House on Monday, all amendments had to be submitted to the clerk of the committee by 4 p.m. yesterday. As a result, the chair will only allow amendments submitted before that deadline to be moved and debated. In other words, only amendments contained in the distributed package of amendments will be considered. When no further members wish to intervene, the amendment will be voted on. Amendments will be considered in the order in which they appear in the package each member received from the clerk. In addition to having to be properly drafted in a legal sense, amendments must also be procedurally admissible. The chair may be called upon to rule amendments inadmissible if they go against the principle of the bill or beyond the scope of the bill, both of which were adopted by the House when it agreed to the bill at second reading, or if they offend the financial prerogative of the Crown. Amendments have been given a number in the top right-hand corner to indicate which party submitted them. There is no need for a seconder to move an amendment. Once moved, you will need unanimous consent to withdraw it. During debate on an amendment, members are permitted to move sub-amendments. Sub-amendments must be provided in writing. These sub-amendments do not require the approval of the mover of the amendment. Only one sub-amendment may be considered at a time, and that sub-amendment cannot be amended. When a sub-amendment is moved to an amendment, it is voted on first. Then another sub-amendment may be moved, or the committee may consider the main amendment and vote on it. Finally, pursuant to the order adopted by the House, if the committee has not completed the clause-by-clause consideration of the bill by 8:30 p.m., all remaining amendments submitted to the committee shall be deemed moved. The chair shall put the question forthwith and successively without further debate on all remaining clauses and amendments submitted to the committee, as well as each and every question necessary to dispose of the clause-by-clause consideration of the bill. And the committee shall not adjourn the meeting until it has just disposed of the bill. I would like to welcome our two witnesses who will assist us in our debate tonight. From the Department of Justice, Barbara Winters, Legal Counsel.
Point of order, Chair.
And Department of Natural Resources, Corey Anderson, Director,
Point of order,
Sustainable Jobs. I thank the members
Chair,
for their
point of order.
attention and wish everyone a productive clause-by-clause consideration of Bill C-50.
Chair, I have a point of order.
Yes, now on a point of order, Mr. Geddes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I note that the motion, the order adopted by the House, you read the section about what would happen at 8:30, which in my view is quite draconian, but in any event, it was adopted by the House. And the House order also says the committee shall meet at 6:30 p.m. You, of course, started this meeting substantially after 6:30 p.m., which is a violation of the House order, as I think you'll have to acknowledge. Is it your intention to allow the full 2 hours envisioned by the House, or do you intend to interrupt proceedings at 8:30, which would limit the clause-by-clause debate further than was the intention of the House? Again, you were supposed to start this meeting at 6:30. You did not start it at 6:30. So will you interrupt the meeting at 8:30, limiting the time for debate, or will you allow the full 2 hours as envisioned by the House for debate on clause-by-clause?
Point of order.
Mr. Angus, is it on the point of
It's
order?
on Mr. Jennings, and I'm
Okay, go ahead.
very glad he raised it. I did notice at the time that it started, and I think it's really important that it's on the record. However, we do have many people here, many more than are normal. I know that it takes a lot to set it all up. However, I would contend, raise a question that we are limiting reflection on the amendments, because at 8:30 we can continue. So I think the House order, in order to follow the House order, that 8:30 was the time that we agreed on, and that's what we came understanding. If we've understood in the past that sometimes things start later because there's so many, look at how many people are around the table, look how many people are here tonight. They all wanted to make sure it was all done properly, but at 8:30 the House told us we start, so we're certainly ready to switch over. I'm hoping we'll have it all done by 8:30 on goodwill. So 8:30 may not be necessary, but that's all dependent on what people do. But I'm more than willing to start moving into the second phase, because I think Canadians expect us to get something done. So I appreciate your ruling, Speaker.
Yeah, thank you.
The same point
Thank
of order,
you.
Chair. Chair.
I'm going to first, there's a point of order and a point of order to the point of order. So I'm just going to deal with the first point of order. Due to some technical challenges, we did start a few minutes after 6:30, but the House order is very clear that at 8:30 we will be moving forward.
It's similarly clear about 6:30.
Thank
though,
you,
Chair.
Mr. Jennings, for your point of order. That is the ruling of the chair.
Point of order, Chair. Yeah. Next.
So that ruling's been made. Do you have a point of order on something else, Mr. Patzer?
Yeah, but it's on that point of order, though, Chair. And I mean, there is precedence from many other committees where, due to technical difficulties, as you allege, that when committee starts late, that committee is extended. So I'm generally curious to know that if you will afford that same luxury here, as Mr. Jennings clearly stated that the order from the House says start at 6:30. Doesn't say try to start at 6:30. It says start at 6:30. And because of technical difficulties, we started later. And so it says it gives us for 2 hours. So will you give us the full 2 hours, or will you not give us the full 2 hours?
So, Mr. Patzer, thank you for the point of order, and I'll let other colleagues also know. I've stated previously the chair's ruling on what it is, and at 8:30 we will proceed with the House order. And that's the ruling. If there's a challenge to the chair on that ruling, we have a point of order from Mr. Bruson. I'm going to go, Mr. Bruson. So, Mr. Brock, I'll ask you. I can only manage Mr. Bruson. I'm going to go to your point of order. Mr. Brock, if you have a point of order as well. So,
at the same
Mr.
time,
Bruson,
Mr. Chair.
on the point of order, please.
Chair.
Mr. Chair,
Point of order, Chair.
If the Conservatives...
Point of order, Chair.
So,
Mr. Chair, I am
Point
unable
of
to speak.
order, Chair.
Mr. Brock, I'll ask you to turn off your mic until you're recognized, colleagues. I think I'm going to take a moment here to remind all colleagues over the last number of months, when we have multiple point of orders, you will be recognized. When multiple members turn on their mics and intervene, it is very difficult for our translators to translate. We've stated this meeting after meeting for the last 2 months. I would ask all members to respect and give every member an opportunity to participate. I will scan the room and acknowledge point of orders as they come. And I just want to make sure that all members know one member speaks at a time so the interpreters can do the tremendous job that they've been doing. Mr. Brock, I will recognize you after I recognize Mr. Bruson. Mr. Bruson, you have the floor.
Point of order. Point of order.
So Mr. Bruson has not spoken, Mr. Falk. We'll deal with the point of order by Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Brock hadn't spoken. He was prior to.
Mr. Falk, I'll ask you to turn off your mic, and I'll recognize your point of order once Mr. Bruson starts. I would ask you do not interrupt Mr. Bruson until she has the opportunity to make her point of order. Then I will recognize you, sir. Thank you. Mr. Bruson on the point of order.
Point of order, Mr.
Point
Chair,
of
you
order.
have-
Point of order. You said once she talked, you would recognize me. So point of order.
So, Mr. Falk,
Okay.
I'm going to ask you.
So here's the deal.
Falk,
Here's the deal, Mr.
no,
Chair.
I'm going to ask you to turn off your mic.
No. No.
I'm going to ask you to turn off your mic. You were
Chair.
not recognized. Mr. Bruson.
You've recognized me. You're talking to me.
Mr. Bruson will have an opportunity to present your point of order.
Well, Mr. Brock was prior
Okay,
to the point.
and then-
Mr. Clerk, let's ask the
So
clerk.
I will
Mr.
ask
Clerk,
you to
let's-
turn off
let's
your
ask the
mic,
clerk. Let's ask the
Mr.
clerk.
Falk.
Let's ask the clerk.
Mr. Falk, I'll ask you to turn off your mic, please. And allow Mr. Bruson to present your point of order.
Thank you. I hope we'll be afforded the same luxury.
Mr. Bruson, on the point of order.
Mr. Chair, I believe you've made a ruling. My question is, are they challenging the chair? In which case, let's put it to a vote.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Bruson, on the point of order. Colleagues, if you are challenging the chair, please express that. If you're not, let's move forward on the previous decision that's been made. Now I'll go to Mr. Brock on the point of order.
Thank you. And for the record, my colleague, Mr. Falk, was absolutely correct. Both the chair and the clerk looked at me simultaneously at the same time that Mr. Patzer raised a point of order. I inferred from that I would be recognized immediately after Mr. Patzer, but I wasn't by the chair, who prioritized a member of the Liberal Party. So that's one observation I wish to make. The second observation, based on the point of order from Mr. Jenis, is that this particular order says shall start at 6:30. It doesn't say may. Shall is not discretionary. My original point of order was to ask the chair to explain why there was an approximate 10-minute delay, notwithstanding all committee members were clearly seated in their seats, ready to get the meeting started. I looked over at the chair. The chair was not engaged in any discussion with any technical officials or the clerk. The chair has indicated on the record that there were technical difficulties. I would like an explanation on the record as to what those technical difficulties were, because clearly no one is on Zoom right now. So perhaps the chair can perhaps provide a little more clarity on the record as to what technical difficulties prevented you from complying with this particular order that should commence or shall commence at 6:30. Thank you.
So thank you, Mr. Brock, for your point of order. A ruling has been made on that, and we will proceed. I provided clearly to committee members on what the delay was. And on the technical. So,
Point of order,
if
Chair.
you have
Point
you
of order.
would like to challenge the ruling of the chair, I ask you to do so, Mr.
For a
Brock.
clarification, sir, which I'm entitled to do.
So-
You've not provided a clarification. If the chair refuses to provide a clarification, I will challenge your order.
So you have the ability, Mr. Brock, to challenge the ruling that's been made. I'm going to go to the next point of order by Mr. Angus. Mr. Angus, go ahead on the point of order.
Thank you. I want to totally support Mr. Brock. Mr. Brock says that if he doesn't get an explanation, he's going to challenge the chair. I totally support him. Chair, I think you made a ruling. If you do not give a technical explanation, then Mr. Brock is going to challenge the chair. So I'm more than willing to have Mr. Brock challenge the chair. He said it. If he doesn't want to follow through, then what he's doing, Mr. Chair, and I don't want to waste anyone's time. This is important legislation. He's just using his spot to try and upend our work. So if he's going to challenge the chair, I support him. Challenge the chair. If he's not, then he should actually participate as a respected member of Parliament
Point of order,
and
Chair.
follow through. So, Chair, I think you've made a ruling. Let them challenge you.
So, colleagues, before I go to the next point of order, I am going to remind members as well what I've done in previous meetings. I will endeavor to ask you to pause, and I will turn on my mic to ensure that our interpreters can hear one committee member at a time. So we do not have multiple committee members speaking into the mic at the same time, so our interpreters can interpret. So I would ask committee members, when you have a point of order. You look at me. I will try my best to make sure I give everybody an opportunity to participate. You can raise your hand, you can acknowledge me, but if I do turn on my mic and I ask you to pause, I would ask all committee members to pause at that point. Okay? Thank you. Now we have a point of order from Mr. Jennis. Mr. Jennis, go ahead on the point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just when Mr. Angus was speaking, I thought it would be important to clarify the rules around participation of members. I know that in the House yesterday, Mr. Angus was not able to speak because he explicitly defied the Speaker. I wonder if he is
can I have a point of order, please?
He's permitted to speak in committee,
to
or
understand
if the rules still
the
apply.
member when his mouth is full.
Point of order.
So we have a, so I, okay,
On that point of order. On that point of order.
hold on. I'm gonna, Mr. Jennis,
I'm happy to repeat it again.
no, you've made your, thank you for your
Was it
intervention.
audible to all others?
That was not a point of order. If you could please,
It is a point of order.
you're
Could you clarify the
engaging in debate. I'll ask you to turn off your mic. I'll go to Ms. McPherson
It was
on
a point of order.
a point of order. Sorry.
I was just reiterating that it was difficult to understand the member because his mouth was full. So if he could please finish what he was eating before addressing the committee, that would be appreciated.
Thank you, Ms.
just
McPherson.
on the
your
same point of order, I'm happy to repeat the point.
I'm going to go to
If it
Ms.
was
Gladue, who's
unclear.
been waiting very patiently. Thank you, Ms. Gladue, for waiting patiently, and you're now recognized on your point of order.
Another
Thank you,
point of
Chair.
order. Mr.
What I would say in the hopes of moving things along is I think that the intent of the order from the House was to have 2 hours of full discussion. And it looks like things may become a little fractious, and perhaps it would be good to have the clerk keep a list of who has wanted to speak in order so that, we don't fight about that, and then that will move things along nicely. Thank you.
Ms. Gladue. I have Mr. Patzer on a point of order, and I have Mr. Simard on a point of order. Mr. Patzer, go ahead on the point of order.
Well, yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. You at the start of the meeting, you are already giving us a little bit of grief, supposedly about do not interrupt other members when they're speaking, and yet when the bonus NDP member over there jumped in right away, there was not a chiding of sorts from the chair as to that. So I'm just wondering if you would be, are you going to apply the rules equally, or how this is going to work?
So, okay. Mr. Alday, do you have a point of order on the point of order? Okay, so I'm going to go ahead on the point of order.
I just ask that we be respectful and not use language that's clearly meant to cause further debate. You guys, the Conservatives, have more than 4 members. You're allowed to be here. The NDP are allowed to have extras here. I welcome Ms. McPherson. And I don't think that we should be calling her out for being at the table and speaking as the Conservative members are doing. So I just ask that as we get into the evening, that we have good, respectful discussion, as you have asked us many times to do. Thank you.
On that point of order, Chair.
So,
on that point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Aldag. All members are welcome to be here and participate. Thank you, Mr. Smart, for waiting patiently. We do have a point of order on Mr. Aldag's point of order, and I'm going to come to you on Mr. Jennis on your point of order, and then I'm going to Mr.
Yes, sir. Just on Mr. Aldag's point, I think some members are quite liberal about accusing people of unparliamentary language. My colleague described someone as a bonus member. I don't think bonus is a derogatory term. It's simply a description of the fact of the normal numbers and having additional numbers.
So, Mr. Jennis, thank you for
So
your
I'd like
point
you to
of
maybe
order. You're
clarify
getting
if you
into
view
debate.
bonus as... No, it's a question of the rules. Do you view bonus as parliamentary or unparliamentary language? I would like to know, because I was actually planning on using the word bonus at a few points later in
Thank
my
you,
remarks.
Mr.
So I
Jennis,
want to make sure
for
I
your
can moderate
point of
myself
order.
accordingly.
So, colleagues, once again, I'm going to ask everybody to pause and reflect for a moment on the work we are instructed to do here. And we've seen over the last several months interventions that our committee is not allowed to move forward. We do have important work to do. I would ask all members to give another member an opportunity to participate and speak, that we do not use, we avoid using unparliamentary or inflammatory language. I think that goes for everybody. We take that seriously. We make sure we consider on what we say before we say it, because our words do have impact to others. So on that note, I am going to go to Monsieur Simard. He's been waiting very patiently on that point of order. Monsieur Simard's been waiting, and he's acknowledged his hand a number of times. I'm going to go to Monsieur Simard on the point of order. Monsieur Simard on the point of order. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I would like to encourage all my colleagues to take a very deep breath and to concentrate on the work that we need to do this evening. And I would say, Mr. Chair, my Conservative colleagues seem to indicate that they want to have specific rules, and I congratulate them for that. They want to know if we're going to have the full 2 hours that are allocated to the study of this bill. And I also want to know that, but so that we're able to function well, will we accept that there's extra people speaking from each party than what is habitual? Normally they have 4 voting members. Does that mean that all Conservatives are entitled to speak this evening? That means 2 people from the NDP. I would like to have that clarification to start with. And on the other hand, there are many things in this bill that we want to speak about, and specifically the issue that has to do with Canada and Quebec's records for the labour force, and we won't be able to do that if we have 2 hours and everyone is raising points of order. I don't think that we're going to be able to delve into the amendments and study this bill further. So this evening, if we see people who are raising points of order repeatedly, that shows that they're not really interested in studying the bill, and what they're trying to do is to hinder the work of the committee. Either we go quickly to the study of the bill and we speak to our amendments, or we're going to waste our time with procedures that don't lead to anything. So I'd like to ask everyone to take a deep breath and to do what we do best here, to be legislators and not to act in a very silly way. And I've been saying this.
I'm just going to ask everybody to pause for a moment, because I was waiting for interpretation, and I just want to get clarification from the clerk as well. We have Mr. Brock on a point of order, and we have Mr. Angus. So, Mr. Brock, go ahead on the point of order, then I'm going to go to Mr. Angus.
Thank you, Chair. And I listened very carefully to my colleague, Monsieur Simard, particularly the latter end of his point of order in terms of taking a deep breath. I've taken a deep breath to gather my thoughts for this second point of order, just like I did take a deep breath for my first point of order. I don't rush into points of order, Chair, so I'll take his words at face value. But I think it's important that I raise this issue, because this is an issue that was brought up initially at our meeting earlier this week. And there was a term used by my colleague, Mr. Falk, in reference to Ms. DeBrusen, which she took offense to. I'm not going to mention the word again, and other members of the Liberal bench took offense to. You thought about that particular word, and you cautioned all of us, if you recall, Mr. Chair, at the committee about the use of derogatory and non-parliamentary language. I didn't challenge that particular order, because it wasn't an order per se, it was a suggestion by the chair, but I asked for clarification. And I asked on more than one occasion for clarification as to whether or not the chair was going to make a ruling with respect to the use of that particular word. I asked it on more than one occasion. The chair dodged the specifics in terms of opining on whether or not that word itself was derogatory or unparliamentary. So I raised that in the context of what we just had happened tonight, where one of my colleagues used the reference to a bonus NDP member, to which MP Eldag took great offense to and raised a point of order and viewed that as unparliamentary And again, the chair, using the very same language that the chair used 2 days ago, cautioned committee about the use of derogatory terms and non-parliamentary terms. So again, I need clarification, Chair, and I think it would benefit every particular member at this committee as to what the chair deems to be derogatory and or unparliamentary. I'm of the same view that my colleague Mr. Patzer opined that the word bonus could be actually flattering as opposed to derogatory. So if the chair still feels that it's a derogatory derivation of some knock on Miss McPherson's abilities, I have great respect for Miss McPherson. I haven't had any personal conversations with her, but I always admire her interventions in the House, and I would certainly not use any derogatory terms to Miss McPherson, but my understanding, sir, the use of bonus is a bonus actually to this committee to have Miss McPherson's presence at this committee. So again, I'm asking the chair to provide clarity because, quite frankly, as this meeting progresses and as future meetings progress, and I hope that the Conservative team invites me for future resource meetings because I quite enjoy the content in these meetings, but to enable me to perform at my best, Mr. Chair, I need to know from the chair's perspective what is deemed to be derogatory and a ruling as to what is deemed to be derogatory or non-parliamentary. Thank you.
Thank you. I would also remind members not to use a point of order for extensive debate on issues that have been ruled upon or previously ruled upon.
Point of order.
Mr. Brock, I will finish, and this is for everybody. It's not one member directly, but as per a previous meeting or today, I just want to make sure that that we all here respect each other and use language that is respectful. We use a tone that is respectful for all members. And I think we can do that as we thought of at last meeting as well. We did get into being working with each other quite well to finish off that meeting. I did not make a ruling at a previous meeting that that specific word used was unparliamentary, as I would need a dictionary to determine every word in the context used, and I don't believe that I have the ability to, in all cases, provide. But I do have the ability here to make sure that we all have a respectful workplace for everybody around the table, and that we attempt to respect each other as colleagues around the table and use parliamentary language, and we continue in that fashion. So I'm asking you to do that again today. Thank you. Mr. Angus, on the point of order that you had.
Chair, I'm hoping that I can sort of try and find some consensus here. Mr. Aldag did take offense at the term of referring to my colleague from Edmonton as a bonus NDP. Mr. Brock, I think, quite rightly points out that bonus could be positive. I think it's very, very positive that we have a member from Alberta who actually believes in climate science. That's a bonus for us. I think it's a bonus that that we have a member who met with the Carpenters Union in Edmonton who actually wanted to talk to us about this legislation. That's a bonus. Now they're trying to see they're attacking me and trying to shut me down. But I'm trying to support them. The bonus of having a member from Alberta who actually cares about workers, who doesn't use tactics, and also doesn't speak with crackers in her mouth.
So, Mr. Angus, I would thank you.
She's a real bonus to our committee tonight.
Mr. Angus, thank you for your point of order. Colleagues, as I just reminded all colleagues, let's not use our point of orders for debate. I really don't want to have to cut you off. I want to make sure that our interpreters can interpret. So when I do ask you to pause, hold, or I turn on my mic, please try to address your point of order looking towards me so you can see if my mic, that my mic is on. I do want to welcome Ms. McPherson and Mr. Morris, who was here a moment ago, to our committee, and other members, Ms. Gladue as well, and others who have joined us today, Mr. Jennis and Mr. Fonseca. Thank you for joining us this evening. Now, we will proceed on. Did we have a point of order, Mr. Jennis?
I just had a point of order. You didn't rule on my question regarding maybe it wasn't audible, but my question regarding whether Mr. Angus is allowed to speak, or whether the fact that, or whether the Speaker's ruling in the House applies to committees as well.
Mr. Dennis, thank you for your point of orders. Members who are participating here today in committee are allowed to participate, and we'll allow members to participate. So thank you for your point of order. Okay. Colleagues, I just want to now, as we've gone through and we've reset where we're at.
Point d'ordre, Monsieur le Président, juste pour être sûr.
Point of order. I hope that we're going to begin afterwards, but I'd like to have a clarification. You didn't answer my question. What members will be able to speak this evening? Is it only the voting members, or can any member of a party speak this evening? I didn't receive an answer. If there are two members of the bloc, can both bloc members speak this evening?
Thank you, Mr. Simard, for your point of order. All members can participate unless there's a vote. So voting members can only participate in a vote that have been recognized and been registered with the clerk, and all other members can participate. Thank you for asking for that clarity, Mr. Simard. Okay, colleagues, there is a change to make in the package of amendments, so I just want to start off at this point just to allow committee members to know about the change. PV-1 on page 25 of the package should be moved after Lib-3 on page 27. So I can once again, just for all members, PV1 on page 25 of the package should be moved after Lib-3 on page 27.
Point of order, Chair.
I just want to make sure everybody caught that. If there's any concerns, let me know, but I just want to make sure. Okay. Mr. Brock, on a point of order.
Yes, with respect to that last statement by the chair, can you provide some context as to why that move is being made?
Thank you, Mr. Brock. That's the order that it appears in the bill. So as folks were putting together all this, these packages for committee members, they wanted to make sure that, to the best of their ability, they could provide it in that order. And that was information provided to me, and I want to bring that forward to committee members. I'm going to go to Mr. Aldag and then to Ms. Gladue. Mr. Aldag, go ahead.
I'm trying to understand. Could you give it to us again? I didn't follow where I'm supposed to be, so I just need to note it down.
So before I proceed, I will provide it once again, and then that might address your point of orders. So there is a change to make in the package of amendments. PV-1 on page 25 of the package should be moved after Lib-3 on page 27. Now, I'll do it once again just to make sure. PV1 on page 25 of the package should be moved after Lib-3 on page 27. Ms. Gladue on the point of order, and then we'll go to Mr. Maurice. Go ahead.
So with respect to moving PV1 after Lib-3, that would imply that it was in Clause 7. But the text of PV1 says in Clause 6. And so does that mean that that amendment has to be amended in order for it to be compliant? Thank you.
Ms. Gladue, now it has been rectified and put in the right place according to the bill. Thank you for your catch. Mr. Morris, you had a point of order.
Just on the same point, just looking to understand better if PV1, which I'm here hopefully to speak to with respect to a just transition for coal power workers being included as part of this bill, that's in Clause 6. Libs 3 is Clause 7. Why is it that PV1 would follow if it is in an earlier clause?
So as... Okay.
Thank you.
So, colleagues, pursuant to Standing Order 75-1, consideration of Clause 1 and of the preamble are postponed. The Chair calls Clause 2. Since there are a few amendments to Clause 2, the interpretation clause, I suggest that we postpone the study of Clause 2 until the end. This will allow us to first consider and make a decision on amendments that could have an impact on the definitions. As a reminder, House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 3rd edition states on page 773 that the interpretation clause of a bill is not the place to propose a substantive amendment to a bill unless other amendments have been adopted. That would warrant amendments to the interpretation clause. Therefore, Clause 2 will be considered after Clause 21. Okay, colleagues, we are on to Clause 3, CPC 4.
Page 11 of the package.
Page 11 of the package. Do we have a mover for that?
Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Patzer.
Thank you. That Bill C-50 in Clause 3 be amended by replacing lines 3 and 4 on page 5 with the following. So this would be 3. The purpose of this act is to improve affordability and to facilitate and promote economic growth, private sector investment, the creation of sustainable jobs, and
thank you, Mr. Patzer. I just want to let colleagues know if CPC 4 is adopted, BQ 4 cannot be moved due to a line conflict. So just to remind everybody, if CPC 4 is adopted, BQ 4 cannot be moved due to a line conflict.
I still have the floor.
Sorry, I thought you were done, Mr. Patzer, because you...
Yeah, no, that's okay.
Okay. Sorry. So I'll ask other colleagues to hold because I thought Mr. Patzer was maybe finished. Mr. Patzer, go ahead and finish, and then we'll proceed.
Well, yeah, no, I mean, I think it probably goes without saying, but just in case it doesn't, I thought it'd be good to just make the point, the reason why I want to see the improvement of affordability. We've definitely seen after 8 years that affordability has become an issue for the overwhelming majority of Canadians, and certainly economic growth and private sector investment is of utmost importance to natural resource development in this country. And we've seen a fleeing of private sector investment in this country over the last 8 years. So I just think that it's important that we make sure that there's language in this bill that would be supportive of affordability, supportive of facilitating and promoting economic growth. Certainly my region, and I'm sure many members around the table here would be willing to support this this amendment because they also have natural resource development happening in their riding. And it's interesting because we had a sub-amendment previously, as you'll recall, talking about the need to have people come from Timmins James Bay to speak at committee. And unfortunately, the member from Timmins James Bay was missing for 3 meetings and wasn't able to speak to it. And when he did, actually, the meeting prior to him being subbed out of the committee, he didn't even spend time to talk about projects in Timmins James Bay. But we spoke at length as conservatives about what's happening in Timmins James Bay.
Mr. Patzer, I'd ask you to pause for a second. We do have a point of order. Mr. Angus,
I really like my friend Mr. Patzer. He's just got a really bad memory. I do believe I spoke extensively on the issue.
It's not a point of order,
but I don't
Chair.
know if that has anything to do with this, but he can carry on as long as he wants because he's got another hour and, 11 minutes? He can talk about Timmins a lot if he wants.
So thank you, Mr. Angus, on the point of order. Colleagues, I will just ask you to keep point of orders on procedural issues and not to engage in debate through point of orders. Thank you. And Mr. Patzer, I'd ask you to conclude so we can move to the next speakers.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, no, thank you, Mr. Chair. And actually, I spoke for 2 hours straight about the great projects and the great work that is going on in Timmins James Bay. Yeah, actually, you did. For some reason, I wasn't sure why you missed the last 3 meetings. Maybe it had something to do with the fact that the last week was a week to acknowledge survivors of domestic abuse, and given what had happened in committee prior to you being subbed out, I think maybe that had something to do with you being removed from the committee. But anyways, I digress. I think it's important, though, that we talk about affordability,
Mr. Patzer, I'll ask you to pause on affordability. Go ahead, Mr. Angus, on a point of order.
I don't know what Mr. Patzer is talking about, victims of domestic abuse. If he's going to make stuff up, I think he could be clear, but not in this time. We're actually talking about C-50. If he wants to make allegations against me, he can do that anywhere he wants, but we're dealing with C-50. So could you, Chair, keep him on focus? Because I think I'm worried about my friend here. He gets so angry, he just goes off track. And so either they're serious about this or not.
Mr. Angus.
Point of order.
Colleagues.
Point of order, Chair.
I'll address that, and then I'll go to your point of order, Mr. Brock. Colleagues, as we've mentioned previously, let's focus on using point of orders for procedural issues that are relevant to procedure, not for debate. I would also ask committee members through their debate focus on the motion that's been moved and how it relates to the work we're doing for Bill C-50 here today. Thank you. Mr. Brock, on the point of order, are you on a point of order of Mr. Patzer or Mr. Angus?
I'm on a point of order based on the comments of Mr. Angus.
Okay, go ahead.
So you heard Mr. Angus's commentary with respect to Mr. Patzer, which I find to be not only offensive but unparliamentary, claiming that he was not proposing a relevant amendment on the floor to improve this bill, but rather a personal angered attack on Mr. Angus himself. So, again, I'm not asking for a ruling. Mr. Angus, I have the floor. You do not. Thank you. I'm asking that the chair not make a particular ruling per se, but rather another cautionary tale to all committee members that we all need to be respectful. We're all elected officials. We are all honorable members of Parliament, and we should conduct ourselves accordingly and show respect. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brock. I think you've clearly stated in your point of order what the expectations for everybody on the committee should be, and that we focus on the bill and the clauses per hand. Ms. Gladue, you have a point of order. Go ahead.
No, actually, I don't have a point of order. I just want to be on the speaking list after Mr. Patzer finishes.
Yes, we have a number of people on the speaking order. Ms. Gladue will put you down. Thank you. Patzer, you were at affordability, I believe, in your moving of your amendment. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. No, I was talking about affordability and economic growth and private sector investment, which we know is going to be of utmost importance to people of Timmins James Bay. And I think that they would be definitely concerned about the fact that their member missed my 2-hour intervention previously. And as there are many great points and projects that we spoke about at length as what's going on into the natural resource development up in Timmins James Bay. So unfortunately, Mr. Angus wasn't there, but I trust that he will go back and read through all the fantastic things that are happening in his riding, just so that he can refresh his own memory for when he goes back there, maybe over the Christmas break. So,
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Yes, thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Jennings.
Thank you, Chair. I think it's clear why the speaker had stopped Mr. Angus from speaking in the House, given his constant interruption and contribution to disorder today. But I do hope that you, as chair, can encourage Mr. Angus to not be shouting at my colleague while he's intervening. I recall some of the things that Mr. Angus used to said if someone so much as whispered or sneezed when he was speaking. So I hope you will preserve some pretense of fairness and allow my colleagues to speak uninterrupted.
Thank you, Mr. Jennings, on your point of order. Mr. Angus, go ahead on a point of order.
Well, I was certainly interested in hearing what my colleague knew at all about Timmins James Bay, but I would like to apologize in advance to any European soccer player that I might offend by asking my colleagues to stop rolling around on the pitch and demanding a red card and just stick to the amendment that's at hand. We have work to get done. We're going to be here all night. So I'd like to know if they're going to move this amendment or they're going to talk about it.
Thank you, Mr. Angus. Colleagues, I'll just ask us to get back to where we were. We have a number of people on the speaking order that we allow a member to finish off and move their motion and be able to do that. So Mr. Patzer has a point of order of Mr. Angus, who had point of order you. So I'll go ahead.
Yeah, well, he did. So it's on his point of order, as I was saying. So, you know, for him to come in here and to allege that Conservatives are a bunch of European soccer players, you do know what the context of what it is that he is actually saying. He's alleging that we're all a bunch of flopping, whining, and crying, and like, oh, Mr. Chair.
Sorry, Chair, point of order.
That's not
point
what's
of order.
going on, but
point
that's
of
what
order.
he's alleging.
Point of order, Chair. I didn't hear that. Could he repeat that about what Conservatives are like? Because this is
not a point of order. This is a point of debate. This is a point of debate.
So, colleagues.
Point of order.
Colleagues. Let's focus on the work at hand today. I mean, if somebody said I was like Messi as a great soccer player, I would take that as a compliment, personally. But what I'm would like everybody to focus on is not getting off track on the work that needs to be done here today. Is the clause by clause on Bill C-50. So I'll ask all colleagues to, as Monsieur Simard said very eloquently earlier, to maybe take a deep breath, to reflect, so we can move forward on the work at hand that we've been asked to do. So, on that, I'm going to go back to you, Mr. Patzer, so you can continue on. If there's a procedural issue, please identify it so we can deal with the procedural issue. If not, let's work. Let's not engage in lengthy debate. Let's get back to where we were, because you have the floor, sir, to speak on the motion you're bringing forward. So go ahead.
Well, my procedural question that I was getting to in my point of order, Mr. Chair, was, around deliberately inflammatory language by members of this committee, of which Mr. Angus has egregiously breached that numerous times in the past. And I would just expect, Mr. Chair, that you would be judicious in the way that you handle the conduct and behavior of members of this committee, and that it apply fairly and equally to all parties. So I just
thank you for your point of order, and I'm going to go now.
Well, I didn't say I was on a point of order, but
back to you because you have the floor. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just making sure that I finished that thought for everybody here, and especially for you, Mr. Chair, because I do think it would be helpful. So, anyways, as I was getting to the point about the private sector investment in the many great projects that are happening in Timmins James Bay, like I was saying, it was a shame that he wasn't here to hear my intervention and the interventions of many of my colleagues as he missed 3 meetings there. And I just think that when he did speak, I was just going, we have the transcripts available. We can actually see what he's talking about. And there was very little that actually was directly related to the sub-amendment. He's talking about all kinds of things all across the country. But on the...
Mr. Patzer, I'll ask you to hold that we have a point of order by Mr. Bruson. Go ahead, Mr. Bruson, on the point of order.
Relevance. We're looking at CPC 4. I believe he has moved it. Can we talk about the amendment, please? A little less about other members on this committee.
Thank you for your point of order, Mr. Bruson. I will ask my colleague to focus on the amendment at hand on CPC 4 and make sure that the remarks you are making are relevant to the clause by clause and the amendment you're moving. Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Patzer.
Yeah, well, like I was saying before I was interrupted again, that it was about the private sector investment in Timmins James Bay that we would hope that you would see anyways. But, after 8 years of this government, we've seen a lot of that flee the country for sure. So, and I think making sure that at the very least that there's language that's going to provide some certainty around whether or not the government's actually serious about promoting economic growth or private sector investment. That would definitely be a big... it would be good to see, but we all know that the way that this bill is going to go is this is going to crush any opportunity for the type of economic growth that the current natural resource industries provide and the private sector investment that at one point it did prior to this government getting into power 8 years ago, and the chaos along with the NDP that it has invoked upon the provinces and on the sector at large. So I do think that this is it's a good amendment for us to be able to start this debate off of, and I think that I like I was saying, to improve affordability, that's what this gets to at its very, very heart, very core. And we know that the affordability of our small towns and our communities like Coronach and Rockglen and Willowbunch they're going to suffer when this bill gets rammed through, much like it did on in the town of Hanna in Alberta. So that's why we're making sure that we have some language like this, because we want to make sure that the government actually has to be accountable towards what they're going to be trying to do for our communities. So now, the creation of sustainable jobs. Now, Mr. Chair, I'm of the opinion that the jobs that people currently have are quite sustainable, and in fact should be prioritized and not just be thrown away by the wayside, because we do know that these current jobs actually lead to the revenue that these companies make that allows them to make the private sector investment that we were talking about earlier, which leads to economic growth. So that sustainable jobs, they already exist, right? It's just, there might be some ideologically driven folks around the table that think otherwise, but we know that sustainable jobs do exist. The private sector investments from these companies, Mr. Chair, they're the ones who are largely investing in, say, wind power, say, solar. They want to be investing in some of the other emerging things that are going to be, that have come and will be available. So, for example, in my neck of the woods, and Mr. Aldag actually has family in that neck of the woods. I've talked about this before. The Sunbridge Wind Farm. It was Suncor. Well, I thought Charlie said might have some issues with that one, but Suncor, Mr. Chair, he was the one. They were the company that invested in wind. One of the very first companies actually in Saskatchewan, and I would suggest probably in other provinces as well. They were one of the early investors in wind, and it was Enbridge that partnered with them to be able to build that wind farm to provide power for the power utility in Saskatchewan, Sask Power. So that's why it's called the Sunbridge Wind Farm, because it was Suncor and it was Enbridge. So, but they're oil and gas companies as well. But they over 20 years ago, they made the decision that they were going to become energy companies because they saw that there was the opportunity for expanded economic growth, the opportunity to grow the type of services, the type of, the type of power and type of energy that they are going to provide to people. So they want to make sure that they were involved in that. It created jobs. It created wealth for communities. It expanded the tax bases of some communities in the area. And unfortunately, what's happening now because of what's going on with this government, that wind farm is actually being decommissioned, and it's not going to be replaced because there is a certain amount of lack of certainty that comes from this government. And this bill, C-50, is only going to further create issues for those types of companies that want to invest in energy production in this country. So I think it's important that, acknowledging what the private sector can do and the role that they actually have to play in energy production across the country and what that means for sustainable jobs. But again, these are jobs that actually already exist. It's not some new concept that this government is going to pretend to invent and take credit for, because these sustainable jobs already exist, and they do exist in the oil and gas industry. They do exist in all parts of the economy, in all sectors. So, and to make sure that we prioritize that is going to put an effort to see more affordability for Canadians, because Canada's strategic advantage for years and years and years has been affordable, reliable energy. And that's in large part due to our oil and gas companies that have provided this reliable, affordable, environmentally sustainable sources as well. Not to mention the Indigenous partnerships that have come from these resource companies, and the fact that they are continuing to work towards economic participation and self-determination for First Nations. And as such, there's companies like Natural Law Energy that this government has actually denied their ability to participate in the economy by getting rid of things like Keystone XL, not bothering to put any effort into having any advocacy on that to make sure that those projects that were good for Canada and good for our energy security and in our future going forward, there's good opportunities there that were lost. This type of a bill is going to make absolutely sure that those folks don't have that opportunity. But at the very least, we could do is put in some friendly language around affordability, prioritizing economic growth, private sector investment, the creation of sustainable jobs, because this is actually a just transition bill is what this is. So, we could say that this bill is not going to do anything about sustainable jobs, but we're still going to put the reference in there because we do think that those jobs already do exist and the government should prioritize those jobs. But so I hope that the colleagues all around this table will be voting for this amendment. I know I'm excited for it and looking forward to seeing what other people think.
Thank you, Mr. Patzer. We'll now go to Mr. Jennis. Go ahead, Mr. Jennis, then I'll move to the next speaker after Mr. Jennis. There's a number of speakers who want to intervene on this amendment. So go ahead, Mr. Jennis.
Well, thank you, Chair. And this is my first chance to speak in the context of this bill. So I'm grateful for that opportunity, and I'll be speaking, of course, to the amendment. But I do also want to move a sub-amendment that I believe the clerk has. I submitted it in writing. So I'll go ahead and state that sub-amendment. Okay. So the requirements have been met. I gather it will be distributed when it's translated, but I've met the requirements, so I'll go ahead and read out that amendment. The amendment is to add after the word sustainable jobs that provide powerful paychecks to Canadian workers. I think this is an important addition to the excellent amendment from my colleague, Mr. Patzer, and I think it really underlines what the bill should be about. So we're in the purpose section of the bill. We're describing what should be the purpose of the bill. Sadly, I don't think it is the purpose of the bill as written. That is, I don't think it is the purpose that the minister had in mind when proposing this bill. I don't think it's the purpose that the government had in their thinking when they put this bill forward. The government's approach to our economy is sadly not about creating more private sector investment, creating sustainable jobs that provide powerful paychecks to Canadian workers. That is not the approach of this government, but it should be. So we are in the process of looking at amendments for this bill, putting forward this amendment to the purpose, and of course we will have other subsequent amendments that give greater voice and life to that amendment that will shift the purpose of this legislation and shift it to where we should be. So I want to, in my remarks on this amendment, I want to talk about where we are right now with this government and with this with the current purpose of the bill, and I want to talk about where we should be. So here's where we are. We have a piece of legislation that this government is increasingly embarrassed about. We know they're embarrassed about it because they have put forward an unprecedented draconian programming motion in the House that does not even allow this committee to hear from any witnesses. No workers, no companies, no affected families, no First Nations. Nobody will be able to address the committee on this bill because of a motion adopted in the House that narrowly prescribes no ministers, by the way. We won't hear from ministers. We have a draconian
Mr. Janice,
motion.
I'll ask you to pause for a second, hold that thought. Go ahead, Mr. Angus, on the point of order.
I love listening to Mr. Janice, and once he gets wind in his sails, he gets straight for the rocks. But I guess my question is, we're talking about a sub-amendment. What he's talking about has nothing to do with the sub-amendment. Can we keep focused on the issue?
Thank you, Mr. Angus. I'll just ask my colleague, Mr. Janice, to, as you continue to relevant to the sub-amendment that you proposed to the amendment. So go ahead.
Thank you.
Point of order, Chair.
Thank you, Chair.
Point of order.
We have a point of order. Mr. Janice, I'll ask you to hold a sec. We have a point of order by Mr. Brock.
It feels like almost a deja vu moment because I recall having this point of order 2 days ago on the issue of relevancy. My Liberal colleagues were continuously interrupting members on the Conservative side during their interventions because they deemed the content not to be relevant. I ultimately raised the point of order and brought to the Chair's attention, as well as every member of this committee, that in a legal context, which I view committees to be quasi-judicial in its format, the word relevancy is subjective. It's not objective. And what is relevant in the eyes of Mr. Bruson, Mr. Sorbera, Ms. Lapointe, Mr. Eldag, Mr. Forsaca, ultimately it is up to the member who's speaking, in this case my colleague Mr. Janice, who is getting to the point. The fact that he's not getting to the point as expeditiously as Liberal members would like is not the point. The point of the matter is his content is very relevant to the overall bill itself. And if he be afforded, and most chairs do this, most chairs afford a very wide ambit and a wide latitude to the members who are intervening, in this particular case on a sub-amendment, to get to the relevancy aspect. So I'm asking the chair to not rule without allowing Mr. Janice to fully flesh out and articulate his points in relation to the sub-amendment, because I've always believed Mr. Janice to always have relevant points, and he may not describe the relevancy initially in the first couple of minutes, but eventually he gets around to it. So I'm asking the chair to provide that latitude to all members of this committee, but in particular to my colleague, Mr. Jennis. Thank you.
Chair, may I resume?
So thank you, Mr. Brock, for your point of order and providing that additional context. We've had a number of relevancy questions over the last 2 months as we've been debating this, and I do provide members the latitude to be able to express themselves as they move an amendment or a sub-amendment. But I would just remind members, members do have the right across the floor and around the table to make a point of order if they do believe there's something potentially that's not relevant, that we focus on the relevancy of the motion at hand. And so I'll thank you for providing your point of order and your insights on that. I'm going to return back to Mr. Jennis to continue on with his intervention, and the only thing I would ask for you, Mr. Jennis, is to keep it relevant to what you're providing.
Thank you very much, Chair. Mr. Angus made some comments about my remarks, relating them to having wind in one's sails. I would only say that shows he knows as much about sailing as he does about the interests of energy workers. The central issue in this sub-amendment, Mr. Angus said he's never sailed. I'm sure he'll have lots of time for that after the next election, though, and I do wish him well.
Point of order.
So, Mr. Jennis,
Point of
Mr.
order.
Jennis, order. Mr. Jennis, I'll ask you to pause. Mr. Angus, on the point of order.
Yeah, I really think we're going to be here a long time, and I'm going to try and pull back so we don't see this kind of toxic behavior from my Conservatives. I made a comment earlier that I'd like to apologize for. I compared them to European soccer players, and then Mr. Patzer did this wah, 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 rolling around thing, which I wasn't quite understanding. I'd like to apologize because certainly there's European soccer players like Beckham, De Bruyne, Mbappe, Vinicius, who get the ball in the net. So I think that my comparison to European soccer players and the behavior of the Conservatives, as we come down to about 37 minutes left while they talk the clock out, I would like to withdraw that in a way of showing goodwill towards my colleagues.
Well done.
So, colleagues, I don't. Colleagues, thank you, Mr. Angus, for retracting your remarks from earlier. I don't want anybody to be offended by any remarks regarding soccer or anything else. I know Mr. Fonseca is Portuguese, and Cristiano Ronaldo might be a fan of his, and others as well. We all have opinions, but what I would say is let's focus on the work we're doing here on committee on Bill C-50 and the clause by clause, and on the sub-amendment we're on now. Thank you, Mr. Angus, for your point of order.
Thank you, Chair, for allowing me to do that. I feel better.
And for retracting your remarks from earlier. Mr. Jennis, I will ask you to proceed and maybe conclude if you're on the sub-amendment so other members can also proceed. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Chair. I do think Mr. Angus should consider letters to various European ambassadors to apologize for the gross generalizations he's made about people from a particular continent and culture. But I will bring us back.
Point of order.
Mr. Jennis, I'm going to ask you to hold.
I'm trying to work here with my colleague. I share that. I would like to work with Mr. Jennis because I certainly probably do need to apologize to European ambassadors for comparing them to some of my conservative tactics. So if he's got ambassadors and can work with me, because I haven't done a lot of that international work, I know he has, I'd be more than willing to work with his office, and I would send those apologies, nice personal signed letters. So if he wants to work with me on that, I take that as a sign that we can get through this tonight.
So colleagues, rather than getting into a back and forth, I'll ask members once again to focus on the work at hand. There's been a retraction made, so let's refrain from further engaging on maybe conversations that aren't involved with the work we're doing here on committee today on Bill C-50 and the amendment, and now the sub-amendment that's been proposed. So, Mr. Jennis, if you would focus on the work and the important sub-amendment you brought forward. And
point of order,
go
Chair.
ahead.
I can't hear myself think. There is so much chatter going on outside of these desks. It's making it very difficult to understand the intervention of my colleague. Can the chair please caution those individuals who are not committee members to keep it down, please, or to take their conversations outside? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brock, for the important reminder for everyone. I'll ask everyone who's in the room here today to keep the tone down so members of committee can do the important work we're doing here on the clause by clause, that members only speak if you're recognized around the table. And I'll make sure, and as well with the clerk, that everybody gets a chance to participate who wants to participate. But if you do want to have a conversation that's a little more animated or loud, please take it outside. There's opportunities to have those conversations elsewhere. Thank you for providing that intervention and that important reminder. Now, we have a lot of quietness in the room. Mr. Jennis, I think that's a good opportunity for you to continue.
Thank you, Chair. And just to briefly respond to Mr. Angus, I might suggest even that after the next election, when he has an abundance of time, he could do that apology tour in person and visit various European capitals. And I'm sure the newly elected Conservative MP for Timmins James Bay at that time will be happy to provide any form of assistance, letters of introduction, etc. But I am now happy to return to discussion of the sub-amendment that is before the committee, which I'll remind members adds after the words sustainable jobs in the amendment, adds the words that provide powerful paychecks to Canadian workers. And before I was interrupted by a string of quirky amendments from my New Democratic friends. I was just wanting to frame the argument for the sub-amendment in terms of where we are and where we should be, because this is sort of the core framing section of Bill C-50. It is the section that deals with the purpose of the bill. What is the bill intending to achieve? And of course, Conservatives do not agree with the government's plans in this regard, so we are proposing constructive amendments to redirect the purpose of the bill. The government's plans, sadly, do not include delivering powerful paychecks to Canadian workers. The government's plans are focused on piling taxes on Canadian workers. Our focus is on powerful paychecks for Canadian workers, and we would like to see that be the purpose of the bill instead of what is actually the purpose of the bill, which relates to their so-called just transition agenda. I can tell you that when I speak to workers, what they're looking for is not a just transition. They're looking for a Justin transition. That is, they want a new prime minister who will actually have their backs and deliver powerful paychecks for workers. Mr. Chair, the context, though, for where we are is that we have this piece of legislation with the purpose as it's presently defined, pushing this radical just transition agenda. We have this Bill C-50 that the government is clearly embarrassed about. How do we know they're embarrassed about it? Because they don't want it debated. They've put forward this intensely draconian motion in the House, which imposes very limited opportunities
Mr. Jennis,
for any discussion
I'll ask
of this
you
bill
to
here at this committee.
pause. Mr. Bruson, go ahead.
Mr. Chair, I think that the record is quite clear in the basis for the motion, the programming motion that we have, that in fact it was the Conservatives
It's not a point of order.
who blocked us from being able to have a scheduling motion
Not a point of order.
to hear from any witnesses. So this is where we are at, and it's unfortunate that they forced our hands to be here. But it was more than 25 hours that we spent,
Not a point of order,
we
Chair.
were unable to
Although
get
I'm
to
happy
any
to
witnesses.
respond to it.
Thank you, Mr. Bruson. Mr. Jennis, go ahead. Back to you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So in terms of why we're here, Ms. de Bruzen is completely wrong about the context of what happened at the committee, and people can look at the record. We had an extended meeting in which Conservatives were trying to put certain arguments on the table with respect to scheduling, and were constantly interrupted. I think, in fact, if you look at who was speaking during that time, you'll see that most of the talking was done by Mr. Angus and Ms. DeBruzen, with some contribution from various other Liberal members. Conservatives were trying to speak. Yes, we were trying to put some points on the record. And we were, as you're about to see,
Mr. Janice, I'd
constantly
ask you
interrupted
to pause.
by spurious points of order by Mr. Angus.
Mr. Janice.
Exhibit A.
I'll ask you to pause. Mr. Angus, go ahead on the point of order.
Yeah, it's just that for people who are watching who've actually followed this, they're going to be wondering if Mr. Janice is. No, they're trying to shut me down again.
Hold a sec.
Yes.
Colleagues, I'm not sure what Mr. Angus is about to say on his point of order, because I can't hear when other members are speaking towards me. When you're recognized, please turn on your mic and speak. And if you're not recognized, I don't need folks telling me what is or what is not a point of order. But I do want to hear the member and give him an opportunity to procedurally let us know on the point of order. So, Mr. Angus, I'll ask you
very quickly, Chair. I would like to ask you, during all those meetings where the Conservatives interrupted continually, did I not have the floor and I was not allowed to speak? I remember you keep saying at the beginning of each meeting I had the floor, but then I was not allowed to speak. So I think for the historic record, you were there, Speaker or Chair. I was trying to speak. I wasn't allowed, but we're down to now less than 30, about 37
Chair, can I have the floor back?
And
I'd like to actually
Dennis
speak to the
still
sub-amendment.
not getting to the point. So I don't.
Chair, this is not a point of order.
Till 8:30.
So
but
obviously
I think
not a
it's
point of
fair
order.
to recognize, and so I'm asking you, Speaker, just to clarify who had the form at that time.
This is obviously not
colleagues, we've had an extensive debate over the last several months of members trying to participate who had the floor, and the chair's ruling on who did have the floor. And Mr. Angus, you were an individual who did have the floor, and eventually were able to provide your important remarks. But I will ask members today to allow other members to participate and make sure members can participate in these important proceedings and bills, clause by clause, in Bill C-50. As members want to be able to participate, I'll ask all members to allow members to participate. And Mr. Janice, you have the opportunity to participate and to maybe conclude your remarks.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, this whole situation is quite shocking. Unlike some people around this table, I come from a riding where energy workers live. I actually represent energy workers in this House. And I am constantly interrupted and shut down on spurious points of order.
Point of order.
Okay,
and the chair refuses to enforce the rules.
Mr. Janice.
And I am not being allowed to speak at this committee in defense of hardworking people in my riding.
Mr. Janice.
And Chair, I am trying to get these important points on the record, and you are not allowing members, especially Conservative members, especially members who represent energy workers, you're not allowing us to speak, Chair, and it's unacceptable.
Mr. Janice,
I'd like to be able to speak on behalf of my constituents.
I'll ask you to pause, and I've asked, we have a point of order. So when I ask you to pause, when Mr. Janice, this is not a debate.
The NDP don't want to let Conservatives
I'll ask you
speak.
to turn off your mic.
Will I be able to speak, Chair, without interruption?
We have a point of order. Okay, this committee has process and procedures that
you never enforce or follow.
Mr. Janice, I will ask you to turn off your mic and respect committee members at this committee meeting, and allow me to allow members to participate. So we have 2 points of orders. I'm going to go to Mr. Cervera for the first point of order, and then Ms. McPherson for the second point of order. Go ahead, Mr. Cervera.
Chair, I'm always interested in listen intently to all the members when they speak and raise their points of orders or on points of debate. I would only ask, out of respect to the interpreters, when we do speak, we don't need to scream into the mics. Mr. Janice, I hear your passion about the constituents you represent, but I think out of respect for the interpreters, that we speak in a more mild manner and a lower tone, so we're not screaming into it. Mr. Janice, you're quite loud and quite passionate. I get it, but I think out of respect to the interpreters and what they do for us and the job they perform, we could be a little more subdued, if I can use that term. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cervera, for that reminder. Colleagues, it is important that we refrain from multiple individuals speaking in the mic at the same time. It makes it extremely difficult for our interpreters to do the great job they're doing on interpreting. Also, when we do be loud, or if we do end up...
May I speak, Chair?
And
I'm supposed to have the
Mr.
floor.
Janice, I have the floor, and I will recognize you.
I have the floor.
You will be recognized after we deal with this point of order. And I'll ask you not to turn on your mic unless you're recognized. I will
I'll
ask
ask you to
not to
recognize
turn
me.
off
I have
your
the
mic
floor.
until you're recognized. Thank you. Ms. McPherson, you on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I also want to just reiterate what my colleague, Mr. Sabero, said. We have to be very cautious and careful of our translators. They do such incredible work for us. But the point of order that I wanted to raise, Mr. Janice implied by his comments that he was the only Albertan in this room. And Mr. Chair, I know you are an Albertan. Certainly I'm an Albertan, and I represent the oil workers in my province as well. In fact, my husband works at Enbridge, is part of the energy industry. And in fact, I have many members of my family. My father was a truck
Chair, this is
driver
not a
for
point
a
of
long
order.
time and has been in the oil industry.
But,
My brother works
Chair,
in the oil
this
industry.
member can add herself to the
I do want
list.
to make sure that that's
She
on the
wants to
record,
speak,
that
she can
there are
add
many
herself to the
Albertans
list.
represented in this room.
Order! Order!
She wants to speak. You're going to allow that? And we are going to do the same thing, Chair, and this is going to turn into bedlam.
Order.
Rules have to be enforced.
Order. One member speaking at a time. Order.
You want to say something interesting. Put yourself on the list.
Point of order, Mr. Chair. Point of order.
Mr.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
You'll be recognized, Mr. Brock. I'll ask you to turn off your mic until you're recognized. Ms. Gladue on a point of order.
Yes, Chair, on the same point of order that Ms. Matheson was speaking to. McPherson, I'm so sorry. I just wanted to point out that as the member for Sarnia-Lambton, 30% of the energy workers in the country, 28,000 workers, are in my riding, and I certainly represent them. I'm certainly extremely concerned about the legislation, so I just wanted to make that clear to anyone who would wonder how many energy workers might be represented here around the table. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gladue. Colleagues, we have many of the members, I'd say all the members here, have energy workers who work tirelessly every single day. I know Mr. Desjardins is here, he is, and another fellow Albertan and many others. Mr. Blakey's here. So, colleagues, this is important legislation for Bill C-50 on sustainable jobs that we're working on. We're in a clause by clause as a reminder. We're on a sub-amendment from an amendment as a reminder. And we need to proceed back to getting back to where we were so we can get to this supplement. But I do want to go to I do want to go to Mr. Brock on a point of order before I proceed to any other point of order.
Thank you, Chair. I'm asking the Chair to enforce rules of decorum. During that latest exchange, I had to hear Mr. Angus shut out and refer to me as nothing more than a visitor. Yeah. I am a duly elected, honourable member of Parliament. I'm asking for an apology and I'm asking for a retraction, Chair.
Yep.
I don't need any more peanut commentary from you, Mr. Blakey.
So, colleagues,
Chair, may I just continue with my remarks?
No, Mr. Janice, I'll ask you to turn off your mic until you're recognized.
But I was recognized. I have the floor.
Mr. Janice, I'll ask you to wait until you're recognized. We have point of orders. You know very well on the use of a point of order, so I'll ask you to wait until others have their opportunity to provide their point of order. Mr. Angus on a point of order.
Yes, Chair. I just, because I think if people back home are watching, they're going to obviously think that this might be disgraceful. I don't think Mr. Blakey makes peanut comments. Maybe he does. I'm not sure. I've never heard of peanut comments.
This is not a point of order, Chair. This is editorializing. It's a matter of debate.
It's almost 1 minute past 8.
You can't just have a point of order to editorialize.
Chair, could you clarify
I'm going to ask,
the rules?
hold on, Mr. Angus.
Thank you.
Colleagues, I cannot hear what Mr. Angus is saying from here because we have multiple individuals speaking. I'll ask you to let him finish, and if his point of order is not a point of order, he will be told he knows that a point of order is on a procedural issue. He can provide his procedural issue he has a point of order on. So, Mr. Angus, I'll ask you to conclude your point of order, and then we'll resume our
Absolutely, thank you, Chair. I just want to clarify. So we are now we're now 1 minute after 8, going on to 2 minutes after 8. So at 8:30. If I heard you correctly, we then move to vote clause by clause, so we don't have to have these constant interruptions, constant points of order. Is that how the process works at 8:30? If the Conservatives choose not to bring their amendment before 8:30, it will then just be deemed adopted and we vote?
How could
Is
we?
that
You're
the
constantly
process?
interrupting.
Because we're at 8:30, I certainly don't want to have any chaos happening. I think we would then sit down to business. So I'm asking you to clarify, Chair, if now we're like 28 minutes left, 27 and 30 seconds, say, that we're ready to get down to business. So could you clarify where we'll be at that point?
Yes, Mr. Angus, as I provided for committee members at the opening of today's meeting, pursuant to the order adopted by the House, the committee, if the committee has not completed the clause-by-clause consideration of the bill by 8:30, we will proceed at that time to begin by going through each clause by clause. So 8:30 is the time that we will, as per the House order, proceed with that. I hope that provides clarity to all committee members.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I do want to go to Ms. Barron on a point of order. Go ahead, Ms. Barron.
Thank you very much, Chair. I wanted to bring to your attention that my colleague, Mr. Jennis, continues to turn on his microphone while others are speaking. This is happening repeatedly, and I am very concerned about the well-being of the translators who are doing their very best to be able to navigate this very challenging meeting. And so I'd please ask through the Chair if we can ensure that my colleagues are not turning on their microphones before they have been acknowledged by the Chair.
Before I move to the next point of order, I will just remind colleagues that please do not turn on your mic until you are recognized. When I do turn on my mic, this red light comes on. That means I would like to speak. I've asked members to pause or hold their thought so I can acknowledge another member so they can have the opportunity to provide their point of order and engage. We do not need multiple mics on at the same time because our interpreters, it is extremely difficult to translate when multiple mics are on and we have multiple individuals speaking into the mics. So thank you, Ms. Barron, for that reminder. I hope everybody can follow those simple rules and we can proceed accordingly. Mr. Falk on the point of order.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Earlier in the meeting, you indicated that we needed to be careful about our language, about the use of unparliamentary language. Just a few moments ago, Mr. Angus used unparliamentary language when he referred to Mr. Brock as a visitor. He didn't rule. As a visitor. And Mr. Brock has asked for an apology and for Mr. Angus to withdraw his statement. And I think Mr. Angus knows the drill very well from his experience yesterday in the House when the Speaker asked him to withdraw his comments, and he chose not to withdraw it, and then the Speaker asked him to remove himself from the House, that he would no longer be heard. And Mr. Chair, I would expect you to maintain that same decorum here.
Thank you, Mr. Falk, for your point of order. Colleagues, I'll just ask everybody to focus on the study at hand and the clause-by-clause work we're doing on Bill C-50, that we do not engage in unparliamentary language towards one another, that we ensure that we have a respectful workplace for everyone, that everybody gets an opportunity here to participate. And I hope we can do that as we move forward. Thank you for your patience. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Falk. Mr. Blakey on a point of order.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. On the same point of order, in fact, I'm very happy as a visitor to this committee to have the opportunity to speak at this table and to say that I don't find anything objectionable about the language of visitors. We know that there are some MPs who are regular standing members of standing committees, and then there are other MPs who from time to time come, sometimes as subs, somebody who never the first comment of the evening. Often here can see more from me.
So
Mr. A little more he would like to. There's clearly
colleagues, we participate, whether we have some voting on that. I'll ask you to hold, all members to hold for a moment.
Chair, he can't move a further amendment while I have the floor anyways. So why don't you allow me to speak while you consult on that? I have. Chair, maybe I'll just continue.
Mr. Jenness,
the floor.
Mr. Jenness, I'll ask you to hold until you're recognized.
But I have the floor, do I not?
When you're recognized, you will. When you're recognized. So, Mr. Blakey, there has been an amendment brought forward by Mr. Patzer. There's a further sub-amendment brought forward by Mr. Jenness, and we cannot move another sub-amendment to the sub-amendment. I think that provides the clarification you were looking for on your point of order. Thank you. Thank you for that, Mr. Blakey. Okay, Mr. Jenness, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. And I do want to briefly just thank the officials who are here, by the way.
Far into his comments and then
so, Mr. Jenness, I will ask you, colleagues, go ahead, Mr. Blakey, on the point of order.
Well, I've noticed.
Point of order.
Again.
Point of order.
This is an abusive process.
Show some consistency.
Are we done, folks? Do we want to have some
I'll
more?
continue.
When you're recognized,
I have the floor.
You'll be given the opportunity to speak. Mr. Blakey, go ahead on the point of order.
I don't know what members are talking about when they say there's an abusive process. I don't know exactly what they're indicating, but I wish that they would hear me out and then they would be able to know whether I'm asking legitimate questions or not. Now, the temptation is to use the word visitor because I thought of myself as a visiting committee member when I came in, but I know that's upsetting to some conservatives with thin skin. So I notice there are a lot of associate members around the table tonight, and I know that from time to time, papers aren't filed the way they ought to be, and that can create problems later. I wonder if you could consult with the officials at the table just to check and make sure that all of the paperwork has been appropriately filed for people who may be substituting. Others, of course, are here as visitors or associate members, so it's not as big a deal. But for some who may be substituting, I wonder if we could know who's a substitution, who's an associate member, and whether all the paperwork is in good order.
Chair, may I continue? This member could have gone up and...
Thank you.
May I have the floor?
Mr. Blakey, you're asking, I believe, on who the voting members are on committee before we proceed to any votes and who other participating members are. If you give me a moment, I'll get clarification on that.
In the meantime, Chair, may I speak since I have the floor? I have been speaking...
Mr. Jenness, I have not recognized you again. I'm dealing with the point of order raised by Mr. Blakey, which I think is an important point of order so members know. The member has asked on who the voting members are.
Yeah.
And who,
Chair, just on that.
the clerk will...
I would like...
Mr. Jenness, I will ask you to turn off your mic and not keep turning it on until you're recognized. Okay, I'll ask the clerk on who the voting members are before we proceed to any votes. Go ahead, clerk.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. I have Mr. Aldag, Ms. Dabruzen. I have Ms. Jones, Madame Lapointe, Mr. Sorbara, Mr. Brock, Mr. Falk, Mr. Padzer, Mr. Jenness, Monsieur Simard, and finally, Mr. Angus. Thank you.
So I hope, Mr. Blakey, that provides clarity on the point of order. Now we have another point of order by Mr. Angus. Mr. Angus, go ahead on the point of order.
Thank you. Yes, it's just that being that I'm the only technically New Democrat vote here, but if I have to step out or say my mom calls and she's sick and I have to deal with that, we do have a process that I can transfer the voting share that belongs to Mr. Angus. Right? I'm just asking clarification because we're dealing with really important legislation, Mr. Chair. We've had 6 weeks of gong show stuff where we couldn't get to the legislation. So tonight, I just want to make sure I don't undermine the role of the New Democrats by having to say, go talk to my 84-year-old mother, whose birthday it was, by the way, yesterday.
Oh, happy birthday.
Yeah, I know. So Mom calls me. Like, if I step out, how do I have to tell the clerk?
So, colleagues, that is actually for colleagues. It is an important point of order to get clarification from Mr. Blakey's point of order. We do have voting members. If a voting member is leaving, your whip needs to advise our clerk on who the voting member is and who that voting member is being substituted for. I think that's quite clear, and I think it's standard amongst committees here for many years. So if you do need to, Mr. Angus, step out. Your whip needs to let the clerk know on who is replacing you as the voting member.
Okay, so just to that point then, so it's not me that steps out and says, I'm leaving, I'm going to have Daniel or Ms. McPherson. I have to go to the whip, and then the whip goes to the clerk, is that, and then the clerk will let you know? So I just want to make sure, because it's been a while.
This is a farce.
I just want to make sure that sorry, I can't hear. I'll turn my mic off. I can't hear because they keep talking. Thank you.
Colleagues, what I'd ask is, prior to you stepping out, that you ask your whip to send an email to the clerk, to the committee inbox, identifying who the committee member is and who the voting member is going to be replaced by, so the clerk has, before you leave, so it's very clear. It's very clear to the clerk on that a voting member has been substituted by another member. All right, I think that provides clarity on that procedural issue. Now, I'm going to proceed to a reminder where we were. We were on an amendment.
Can I just speak, Chair?
CPC 4, moved by Mr. Patzer. Now we're on a sub-amendment by Mr. Jennis, who has the floor. Mr. Jennis.
Thank you, Chair. I have been trying to speak on my sub-amendment for about half an hour, and I'm constantly getting interrupted by New Democrats who are committed to preventing me from speaking.
Mr. Jennis.
Because they don't want my constituents.
I'm going to ask you to pause, and we have a point of order.
This is disgusting, Chair. Bring these members to order and let me speak because I have the floor.
Mr. Blakey on the point of order.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I have to say, prior to coming here this evening, I thought I knew something about parliamentary procedure. And what I thought I knew was that the chair determined who it was that had the floor. And that only when the chair said to a member that they had the floor, that then they could speak and their microphone would come on. Now, sometimes members have the floor. Something arises in the course of their remarks, a point of order or a point of privilege has to be raised. At that point, it was my understanding that the chair has the authority to tell the member who has the floor to wait while he gives the floor to someone else in order to make that procedural point. And when that's resolved, then the floor is returned to the person who was speaking before. But in observing Mr. Genuis's behavior tonight, it seems to me that on some committees, members decide for themselves when they have the floor. They turn on their own microphone, and then they just sort of declare by fiat that they have the floor. They talk over others.
Let me speak, Chair.
The hearing of
this
the
is not point of order.
Mr.
This is not a point of order, and I have the floor. So let me speak.
This has given rise to some important confusion. And I wonder if you could explain to members, and maybe I'm the person who doesn't understand how it works, but if I do understand how it works, there's a lot of others around this table who apparently don't. Could you take this opportunity to please explain to all members, associate and
This is not a point of order, Chair.
how it is that it's determined who has the floor, when that changes, and who's in charge?
Thank you, Mr. Blakey, for your point of order. Colleagues, as we proceed, as I have indicated previously, that Mr. Patzer moved an amendment, and then preceding that, Mr. Jennis moved a sub-amendment. But what happened with Mr. Jennis, as he's provided remarks, you've asked me, Mr. Blakey, right now on how I determine on who has the floor and who has the right to speak. So Mr. Jennis has the floor because he's moved a sub-amendment. I, as the chair, recognize members if they have a point of order, while another member is debating their sub-amendment. And so members throughout this meeting have had a number of point of orders with a number of different speakers, and I've done my best to my ability to recognize every member by creating a speaking list and a speaking order. And what I hope to do, and I hope members will, colleagues here will follow, is that you do not turn on your mics unless you are recognized. I've also indicated to members actually for the last several months, in the proceedings of this important bill, that when I turn on my mic, this nice red light comes on. that indicates I would like to intervene and I would like a member to pause in their intervention so I don't have to cut them off. But more importantly, that the interpreters have the ability to interpret what's being said into the mic, that we do not have a number of mics that are turned on at the same time, which provides
order,
tremendous
You're
challenge.
filibustering. You've repeated this 5 minutes ago.
That provides a tremendous challenge for interpreters. Mr. Perkins, I did not recognize you, sir. If you have a point of order, once I'm concluding, so once again, I will recognize you. Everybody will have an opportunity to participate. Right now we have a speaking order. I know Ms. Gladue and others are waiting to participate. I hope that provides a context on process, procedure, and how this committee's been working over the last few months and how we've been trying to make sure that everybody can participate while thanking and respecting the great work our interpreters have done. Now, Mr. Perkins, on the point of order, you have a point of order on Mr. Jennis?
I'll just point out that you're filibustering. Over to Mr. Jennis.
That's not a point of order. I'm providing a ruling from a member, Mr. Perkins, but thank you for your...
Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Jennis, now, you do have the floor, so I'm going to give the floor to you.
Whoa.
You can continue.
Whoa. Sure, I think members see what's happening. The NDP are doing everything they can to deprive Conservatives of the right to freedom of speech.
I'm going to ask
we were supposed
you
to have
pause.
2 hours for discussion of this. We're supposed to have
Mr.
2 hours.
I'm going to ask you to pause.
Constantly interrupting.
Mr. Jennis.
Ridiculous points of order.
I'm going to...
Chair are playing their game.
Mr. Jennis.
Members should be allowed to speak.
I'm going to...
These are absurd points of order that have nothing to do with matters of order.
Mr. Jennis.
And you're constantly preventing Conservatives from speaking. Conservatives have a right to speak on behalf of their constituents, and you need to enforce the rules, Chair. So I have the floor, and we need to stop with these absurd base...
Mr. Jennis. Order.
You Democrats are trying to shut down our discussion, and we have a right to represent our constituents, Chair.
I'm asking you to pause and allow a member to proceed with their point of order.
It's been 40 minutes. I've been trying to speak, and I've had the floor.
You will get your opportunity, Mr. Jennis, once we finish all the point of orders. So, Ms. Barron, I'm actually, before you begin, Ms. Barron, I've asked the member to pause, and the member has turned on his mic, and I'm asking when this is on, a member pauses so I can allow other members to participate. So, Ms. Barron, I would like you to participate. I will turn I'll give you the floor on your point of order. And please go ahead.
Thank you so much, Chair, for allowing me to participate. My question, Chair, is that as somebody who doesn't normally sit on this committee, I know that there's processes and procedures around what is an appropriate point of order and what is and isn't an appropriate point of order. Now, I notice my colleague continues to interrupt my colleague, Mr. Blakey, as he has a very, very clear point of order around process and procedure on this committee.
Ms. Barron,
and is being interrupted.
Sorry, I would ask you to, I have to interrupt. And pursuant to the order adopted by the House, if the committee has not completed the clause-by-clause consideration of bill by 8:30 p.m., all remaining amendments submitted to the committee shall be deemed moved.
Chair, I have a point of order.
Put the question forthwith and successively, without further debate, on all remaining clauses and amendments submitted to the committee, as well as each and every question necessary to dispose of the clause-by-clause consideration of the bill.
Point of order,
Chair. The committee shall not adjourn the meeting until it has disposed of the bill. I want to take this moment to thank our witnesses, Corey Anderson and Barbara Winters, for joining us this evening.
Point of order, Chair.
And thank you, and enjoy your evening. We will move to the clause by clause now.
Chair.
And
Chair, I have an issue to raise.
So, colleagues, we are on the sub-amendment of CPC 4. If just for clarity, I'm going to ask a committee to just pause for a moment just to get clarity.
Chair, I just have an issue to raise.
So Chair, on CPC 4, on
the sub-amendment.
Chair, I have a point of order to raise. Chair, I have a point of order to raise.
We are going to the sub-amendment.
Chair, I have a point of order to raise.
CPC4, and we'll go to the vote.
Chair, I have a point of order to raise. There is nothing in the House order that prevents me from doing that. I have a point of order to raise, and there is nothing in the House order that prevents that.
Told you to recognize
There is nothing in the House order that prevents it.
We vote. No, we vote. It just says amendments, not so.
The full 2 hours. So I
specifically on the point of order. Go ahead.
Yes. Thank you, Chair. I believe.
So, Mr. Jennings, it cannot be used as debate if
That's
it's
correct.
a point of order, specifically on the point of order. Go ahead.
Yes. Thank you, Chair. I believe that this committee should have gone to at least given the full 2 hours. So I would move that the committee report to the House that the privileges of all members of the committee were violated when the Chair limited debate on clause by clause of Bill C-50 to less than 2 hours in violation of the House order adopted on Monday, September 24th, 2023. This is a question of privilege, and clearly the House order does not preclude members raising questions of order or privilege. Here is the issue. The House prescribed, I think, a very narrow and draconian, but nonetheless specific framework by which the Natural Resources Committee would consider the issues before it, namely Bill C-350. That motion prescribed within it that the committee would begin at 6:30, would be able to meet for 2 hours, and that then at 8:30 the successive voting would be taken up on clause by clause. I think there's an argument that there are privilege issues raised even by that issue. Nonetheless, it was an order adopted by the House. Now, when the House adopted that order, it was very specific at what time the committee had to start. It said the committee shall meet at 6:30. The Chair provided an explanation for the committee not beginning at 6:30, saying that there were technical impediments. But regardless of whether or not there were technical impediments, whether it was through malintent or simply by accident, the fact is the House order was not followed. The House order required that the committee met at 6:30, and that did not occur, which was a violation of the directive of the House. Now, normally speaking, the privileges of members, which include the right to speak, are protected. They're sacrosanct. The rights of members are prescribed in the standing orders, and it is only when the House adopts a special order that those can be abridged. Obviously, we are operating under a special order, but any further abridgment of the rights and privileges of members that goes beyond the special order is a violation of their privileges. Standing Order 116 specifies that in a standing special or legislative committee, the standing orders shall apply so far as they may be applicable, except the standing orders as to the election of a speaker, seconding of motions, limiting the times of speeches, and the length of speeches. Section 2B provides that if the Chair, in violation of Part 1 of the standing order, violates the privileges of members, they can't appeal to the House.
Debate. This is not a question of privilege. This is my ruling. We will proceed. That's the ruling of the Chair.
Point of order, Chair. No, Chair.
Point of order, Chair.
We cannot debate a ruling. If a member does want to challenge the Chair,
fair play.
I would ask a member to challenge the Chair.
Chair, I have a right to make arguments about privilege before.
Mr. Jennings,
you've prevented me from making arguments. Chair, you didn't listen to the argument.
Would like to challenge the Chair. Please go ahead and challenge the Chair.
Point of order,
Ruling has
Chair.
been made.
Point of order. Members have a right to make arguments about the matter of privilege. Now, you presumed to make a ruling about whether or not it was a matter of privilege before I had come anywhere near the making of arguments.
Turn off your mic.
Point of order, Chair.
I'll ask you to turn off your mic. The Chair has made a ruling.
Point of order, Chair.
A Chair has made a ruling.
Point of order.
The ruling is not debatable. The ruling has been made.
Point of order.
Are we on the sub-amendment?
So,
point of order.
Sub-amendment?
Point of order, Chair.
If you want to challenge the Chair on the ruling that's been made, you can do so.
Continue, Chair.
On your point of order. Go ahead.
I have a point of order.
House of Commons, Procedure and Practice, Chapter 20, page 1060. The chair of a committee does not The chair of a committee does not have the power to rule on questions of privilege. Only the speaker has that power. If a member wishes to raise a question of privilege during a committee meeting or an incident arises in connection with the committee's proceedings that may constitute a breach of privilege, the committee chair allows the member to explain the situation, which you have denied the privilege of Mr. Jennis from doing so by interrupting him. The chair then determines whether the question raised, in fact, relates to parliamentary privilege. If the chair determines that the question does relate to parliamentary privilege, the committee may then consider presenting a report on the question to the House. The report should clearly describe the situation, summarize the facts, provide the names of the people involved if applicable, state that there may be a breach of privilege, and ask the House to take such measures as it deems appropriate. Ordinarily, presentation of a report to the House is a prerequisite for any question of privilege arising from the proceedings of a committee. You, Chair, did not allow the member to fully explain the privilege.
Mr. Brock, thank you. I made a ruling. Thank you. We'll not engage in further debate on that. Ms. Gladue, on the point of order.
Point of order.
Yes, Chair. First of all, let me say I've never seen anything like this. I chaired a committee for years on status of women. This is unbelievable. But on the specific point, I did witness Mr. Jenowes being prevented from speaking by multiple numerous interruptions, and he was making a motion about a point of privilege.
So, Ms. Gladue, we're getting into debate. A ruling has been made. If there's a challenge to the chair, a ruling has been made. If there's a challenge to the chair, please challenge the chair. Otherwise, we will be proceeding to
Chair, I have a
vote
point
on the sub-amendment on CPC.
Point of order.
4.
Point of order, Chair.
So I will now call a vote on the sub-amendment.
Chair, I have a point of order.
Vote's been
I've been trying to raise a point of order. Point of order.
A vote has been called on sub-amendment to CPC.
No, point of order.
Point of order, Chair. Point of order, Chair. Point of order, Chair.
We will suspend.
Leave that
point of order on the floor. Point of order. Point of order, Chair. Point of order, Chair. Point of order. Point of order, Chair.
Chair,
Point of order, Chair. Point of order, Chair.
Point of order,
Point of order, Chair.
BQ4 has not been carried.
Point of order. Order, Chair. Point of order, Chair.
To CPC.
Point of order, Chair.
5.
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order, Chair.
I don't even know what we're voting on, Chair.
Order, Chair.
If CPC, okay, shall CPC 5 carry?
No. Chair. Point of order.
Recorded vote. CPC 5.
CPC 5?
Yeah.
Point of order.
C5.
Mr. Aldag?
Point of order. Point of order. Point of order. Point of order. Point of order.
Mr. Chair,
point of order.
Authority right now.
Point of order.
Ms. Jones.
Point of order.
Madame la
Point of order.
What are we voting on?
Point of order.
Mr. Sobara.
Point of order.
Mr. Chair, point of order.
What are we voting on?
Point of order.
Mr. Brock.
Point of order. Point of order.
Mr. Falk.
Point of order.
Mr. Padzer.
Point of order.
Point of order.
Mr. Jennis.
Point of order.
Mr. Clerk, I don't know what we're voting on. Well, I have a point of order.
Angus.
No.
It's not even being read.
I don't even know where we're at.
Point of order.
Yeas pool 0, 0.
Point of
Nays
order.
count 6.
Point of order.
Point of order.
Point of order. Point of order.
CPC 5 negative.
Point of order.
Chair, we're trying to raise points of order.
5 carry.
Point of
Points
order.
of order be raised constantly while I was trying to speak, and now you're not letting us.
Recorded vote on BQ 5.
Point of order. Point of order. Point of order.
Mr. Aldag.
Chair, what are we voting on? I have a point of.
Ms. Dabruzen.
There's a point of order. There's a point of order.
Ms. Dabrouzin.
There's a point of order.
Ms. Jones.
There's a point of order.
Unreal.
Point of order.
Madame.
Chair, point of order.
Mr. Sorbara.
Point of order.
Point of order,
Mr. Brock.
Chair, point of order.
Mr.
Chair,
Brock.
you have
Point of order.
Mr. Brock.
point of order, Chair.
Mr. Falk.
Chair, point of order.
Mr.
Partisanship cannot trump.
Point of order.
Mr. Jennings.
I don't know what we're voting on, Mr. Clerk, and I have a point of order.
Madame de
I sit right
Rules and
beside you.
Partisanship
What we're voting on.
Point of order.
We can't vote if we don't know what we're voting on. We have points of order, and we can't hear what.
Point of order. Translation.
Mr. Angus.
Point of order.
Translation, Chair. Point of order.
Point of order.
Chair, no translation.
Point of order. Point of order.
Chair, no translation.
Point of order.
No translation. Chair, come on.
Point of order.
Spanish Jewish.
Point of order.
Where were we at on the?
Mr. Angus.
Point of order.
Chair, I have a point.
Point of order.
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order.
Point of order,
There was
Chair.
clearly a point. There was clearly a point of order on the floor prior to the call of a vote. The rules and procedures of this place cannot be trumped by partisanship.
Change their vote?
No.
Shall CPC 6 carry?
No.
Recorded vote, please.
Mr. Aldag.
I vote no.
Ms. Dabrouzin. Ms. Jones.
No.
Madame Lapointe.
No.
Mr. Sorbara.
No.
Mr. Brock.
We.
Mr. Falk.
Yep.
Mr. Padzer.
Yes.
Mr. Jennings.
Yes.
Monsieur Simard.
Non.
Mr. Angus.
No.
Okay. Yeas pour 4, 4, nays contre, 7, 7.
Point of order, Chair.
So
I have a point of order to raise.
shall clause
Chair,
3 carry?
I have a point of order to raise. Sorry, Chair, do you not hear I have a point of order to raise? I have a point of order to raise,
Vote's
Chair.
been called. Vote's been called.
Chair, there's a point of order on the floor.
Yes.
The vote's
Chair,
been
there's a
called.
point of order on the floor. It was raised before you called the vote.
Recorded vote. Go ahead.
Chair, sorry, there's a point of order on the floor.
Yes.
It was raised before you called the vote.
I vote yes.
Ms. Dabrouzin.
Chair, I have a point of order to raise that was raised before the vote was called. So I hope you'll recognize that.
Ms. Jones.
Chair,
No.
No.
Chair, there's a point of order.
Madame Lapointe.
Yes.
Chair, there's a point of
Madame
order.
Lapointe. Oui.
We.
Mr. Sorbara.
Yes.
Chair, there's a point of order.
Mr. Brock.
Chair, I'd like to
No.
change my vote to yes.
Okay. Duly noted.
Yes or no, Larry?
Will the chair answer that question? Yes or no?
Mr. Brock.
Yes or no, Chair? Will you answer that question?
Or no,
The chair is,
Larry?
You're going chair. You're the
Mr.
chair.
Brock.
so
Chair, yes.
Mr.
Yes.
Ballaway, yes. Madame Lapointe.
We.
Mr. Sorbara.
I sustain the chair, yes.
Mr. Brock.
the chair clearly read out a statement from a piece of paper handed to him by the legislative clerk. So I'd like to know whether or not that is the chair's ruling and opinion, or rather the legislative clerk. To say no to my colleague. That would be a no.
Thoughtful deliberation.
Mr. Falk?
Yeah.
Mr. Falk?
Yeah, no, I've looked at it too, and I won't be able to support it, so no.
Mr. Padzer?
Excuse me. No.
Ms. Stubbs?
No.
Monsieur Simard?
Oui.
Mr. Angus?
No.
Yeas pour 1, nays contre 10, 10.
Shall clause 7 carry as amended?
Mr. Aldag?
Yes.
Ms. Dabruzen?
Yes.
Mr. Badawi?
Oui.
Ms. Lapointe?
Oui.
Mr. Sorbara?
Oui.
Mr. Brock?
Just quickly perusing Clause 7 in Bill 50. Committee indulgence just for a moment, please. Now, there's some difficult language and difficult principles here that I can't see myself supporting. So I think in the circumstances, I'm going to have my vote recorded as a no. Thank you.
Mr. Falk?
Yeah, no, if we would have approved some of those amendments, I think then I could have supported this, but no, I won't be able to support it.
Mr. Padzer?
Oh, there it is. No.
Ms. Stubbs?
No.
Monsieur Simard?
No.
Mr. Angus?
Yes.
Yeas pour 6, 6, nays contre 5, 5.
Clause 8, CPC 19. The amendment seeks to increase the number of members of the council from 15 to 20, which would create additional spendings. As House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 3rd edition, states on page 772, since an amendment may not infringe upon the financial initiative of the Crown, it is inadmissible if it imposes a charge on the public treasury, or if it extends the objects or purposes, or relaxes the conditions and qualifications specified in the royal recommendation. In the opinion of the chair, the amendment proposes new spendings, which would require a royal recommendation. Therefore, I rule the amendment inadmissible.
Point of order, Chair. Point of order, Chair. Point of order. Point of order. Point of order. Point of order, Chair.
19 carry.
Point of order. Point of order. Point of order, Chair. Come on. Point of order. Point of order, Chair.
Challenging your ruling, Chair.
Forget it. Move to the next. NDP.
Yes. Okay. So, so therefore, I rule the amendment is inadmissible. Now, I can take a point of order. Go ahead.
Yeah. Can you give the rationale for that, since, of course, one of the main problems with Bill C-50 is, in fact, there is no costs outlined in the bill, even as drafted, for what the cost of any and all of these things will be. So how can there suddenly be a rationale and a declaration from you that this amendment won't work because you're asserting that it's going to add costs, but there are no costs outlined in the bill in the first place? So, which is a key problem for it, which I guess we could have discussed if you guys actually allowed this to go through its normal process.
Is that
but
a challenge
you're
to the
not,
chair?
so we won't.
Is that a challenge to the chair?
Madam Jabruzin, you'll know when I'm challenging the chair because I'll say so. It was a point of clarity, as I said.
So in the opinion of the chair, the amendment proposes new spendings which would require a royal recommendation. Therefore, I rule the amendment inadmissible.
Did you write that, Chair? Why did you have to read that?
But Chair, there is no new
Okay.
spending.
So now
There's no new
we will.
Chair, there's no
There is
spending
no
in the
debate.
amendment.
We'll now proceed to NDP 3.
Your ruling, Chair.
Okay, we have a challenge
There's
of
no
the
spending
chair.
outlined in the bill at all, so therefore how can
We
you
have a
assert that
challenge
there's
of
an
the bill.
addition to any?
Move on, Chair.
Recorded vote.
So if you're in agreement with the chair's ruling, you vote in favor. If you're in disagreement with this ruling, you vote against. Mr. Aldag,
Yes.
Ms. Dabruzen,
Yes.
Mr. Badaway,
Yes.
Mr.
Yes.
Badaway, yes. Madame Lapointe,
Oui.
Mr. Sorbara,
I sustain the chair, yes.
Mr. Brock,
The chair clearly read out a statement from a piece of paper handed to him by the legislative clerk. So I'd like to know whether or not that is the chair's ruling and opinion, or rather the legislative clerk.
Get going, Chair. You're the
Mr.
chair.
Brock. Yea or nay?
Chair, is the chair, before I give you my vote, I'd like to know
Yes or
whether the
no,
chair is going to
Larry?
answer
Yes or
that
no?
question.
Yes or no, Larry?
Will the chair answer that question? Yes or no?
Mr. Brock,
Yes or no, Chair? Will you answer that question? Mr. Chair?
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Chair, will you answer? I'd like to vote, please.
Chair, have we
Mr.
suddenly
Clerk?
disappeared into the
I'd like
ether?
to
Can you
vote.
see us here?
We're in the middle of, yes, we're in the middle of
There's no debate.
And their answer,
Go to a vote.
my vote is I do not support the ruling of the chair. And the chair refuses to answer my
Mr. Falk?
question as to whether or not that
Next.
was his
Mr. Falk?
opinion.
Mr. Padzer,
Yeah, well, thanks for all the content. This is fantastic. So, but I will be voting no.
Ms. Stubbs,
Well, I'll vote no.
Monsieur
As you all
Simard,
make it up as you all
No.
want.
Mr. Angus,
Mr. Clerk, I think we have a change.
oh, and Ms. Barron.
Thank you. Yes.
What was the submission made? Is it actually?
Yes. 10, 11.
OK. Yeas pour 6, nays contre, 5, 5.
NDP 3, if NDP 3 is adopted, CPC 20
Chair, we'd like to know who the voting
and
members are right now.
CPC 27
Point of order, Chair.
Point of
cannot
order,
be
Chair. We'd
moved
like to know who the voting
due
members
to-
are right
to
now.
align conflict.
Answer the question.
Also, if NDP 3 is adopted, CPC 20, BQ 12, CPC 24, CPC 25, and CPC 26 become moot, since the committee would have already taken a decision on the composition of the members of the council. So, once again, I'm going to clarify this because it is a lengthy, impactful NDP 3. If NDP 3 is adopted, CPC 20 and CPC 27 cannot be moved due to a line conflict. Also, if NDP 3 is adopted, CPC 20, BQ 12, CPC 20 composition.
Mr. Aldag,
Yes.
Ms. Dabruzen,
Yes.
Before I enter my vote, I need to know what the line conflict is. I want an informed vote, and I want to know what the line
Mr. Brock?
conflict is. Mr. Chair?
Chair and clerk, like, have we suddenly disappeared into the ether or everyone's lost their hearing? Like, can someone acknowledge us? We do represent millions
Brock?
of Canadians.
Can I get
So could someone just
clarification as to
acknowledge
what
that
the
we're
line
actually sitting at
conflict
this
is,
table and speaking out loud on
please?
behalf of the people who sent us here?
Before I vote,
Mr. Brock,
I'd like to know what the line conflict is.
Mr. Falk,
Chair, please answer this duly elected member of Parliament's
What the hell's
question.
going
Mr.
on
Padzer,
here?
What is happening, Chair?
Ms.
There's a
Stubbs,
question for clarity here. Come on.
Monsieur Simard,
No.
Ms. Barron,
Yes.
Is she even a voting member? Well, we haven't got the clarity yet.
need the clarity. We've asked for it.
yeas pour 6, nays contre, 1.
Okay.
Chair,
So,
you guys are part of the voting members.
Please read out the voting members, Chair. Like right
I
now.
had no problem answering that. to
You
Mr.
asked another member of parliament, you can answer us. Point of order.
point of
Tell
order.
us who the voting members are right now.
Before you call the vote.
Point of order,
So-
Chair. Point of order, Chair.
Colleagues,
Point of order.
colleagues,
Point of order,
so
Mr. Chair.
I'm just going to
Mr.
give
Chair.
everybody
You're
a
ignoring
reminder.
us. You don't get to yell at
In
us
the
in
middle
response
of
once you
a
acknowledge
vote,
us.
there is no debate
not
or
the
no
middle of a vote.
conversation.
It's not the middle
Now,
of a vote. A
the
point of
member has
order,
asked in a point of order who the voting members are for clarification. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So now is the appropriate time to. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Majesty.
Alors, les députés qui sont en mesure de voter présentement autour de la table sont Monsieur Aldag,
Like,
Madame
what on
Dabrouzen,
earth?
Ms. Lapointe, Mr. Sorbara, Mr. Brock, Mr. Falk, Mr. Patzer, Ms. Stubbs, Mr. Simard, and Ms. Barron. Thank you.
We shall CPC 21 shall.
Ms. Stubbs.
Well, Mr. Dowdle, you've been welcomed here like nobody's business, given for a month how they kept.
Just no.
Easier. And then they changed it from Dowdle.
Like hearing your name.
Mr. Badaway.
Ended. Move to shall. Unanimous consent from Monsieur Simard to change his vote. Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Thank you.
Yeas pour 1, nays contre 10, 10.
That's defeated. Okay, so we'll now move to shall clause 8. Shall clause 8 carry as amended?
Mr. Aldag,
Yes.
Ms. Dabrouzen,
Yes.
Mr. Badaway,
Yes.
Madame Lapointe,
Oui.
Mr. Sorbara,
We.
Mr. Dowdle.
I like hearing your name at this
Thank
committee.
you. It was pretty nice. Can you say it again?
Welcome.
My last name?
Yeah, he will if you wait long enough.
Dowdle?
There you go.
Dowdle.
Yeah.
Dowdle.
Dowdle. Yeah, we say Dowdle. It's not. It used to be. The funny thing is, my name used to be O'Dovedale, and yeah, years ago when they came over from Ireland, and then they changed it from O'Dovedale to Dowdle, which I think is harder. Which is harder to say.
Well, it's harder to say.
Harder to say. I know. I wish they would have kept it. I know. I know. It would have been a lot easier. But anyway, I'm just subbing in here for a minute here, and. Did you say
Dowdle.
Dowdle? Yeah. I'm going to vote. I'm against this one. Yeah.
Mr. Falk,
Yeah, no. Yeah, no.
Mr.
I meant to
Patzer,
say no, just no.
Sorry, no.
Ms. Stubbs.
Well, Mr. Dowdle, you've been welcomed here like nobody's business, given for a month how they kept trying to kick out Garnet Jennings and Arnold
Ms.
Beerson.
Stubbs?
But am I
Ms.
explaining
Stubbs?
it?
Yeah.
No?
No.
Yeah. So, but anyway, I'll vote no.
Monsieur Simard,
No.
Ms. Barron.
Yes.
That's carried. Shall clause 9 carry?
Yes.
Mr. Aldag,
Yes.
Ms. Dabrouzen,
Yes.
Mr. Badaway,
Yes.
Madame Lapointe,
Oui.
Mr. Sorbara,
We.
Mr. Dowdle,
They should have just said it.
Mr. What?
Dowdle.
Dowdle. Okay. I would have to say, in reading this one here, my answer would be no.
Mr. Falk,
Well, you know what, when I read this clause here, if you would have,
But there's no money.
if you would have just explained the other clause as requiring a royal rec based
Mr.
on
Falk?
clause number 9, it would have made sense, but no, I can't support it. No.
Mr. Patzer,
Yeah, taxpayer money to kill jobs. That's an easy no.
Yeah, hard no. Mr. Brock?
Mr. Brown.
Ms. Stubbs,
Well, it's wild that this doesn't have a royal rec thing since it's talking about remuneration. I'm sure taxpayers would love to know how much they are going to pay for all this, but you all don't seem to care, and so I guess I vote no.
Monsieur Simard,
Non.
Ms. Barron.
Yes.
Yeas pour 6, 6. Nays contre 5, 5.
That carries.
Mr. Drishin is here. Okay.
Shall clause 10 carry?
No.
Mr. Aldag,
Yes.
Ms. Dabruzen,
Yes.
Mr. Badaway,
Oui.
Madame Lapointe,
Oui.
Mr. Sobara,
Oui.
Mr. Drishin,
More taxpayer money for killing those.
Mr. Falk,
No.
Mr. Padzer,
Which one are we on?
No, this is creating bureaucracy, so no.
Ms. Stubbs.
Again, like clearly more cost, but apparently on this one it doesn't matter. I'll vote no.
Monsieur Simard,
Non.
Ms. Barron.
Yes.
Yeas pour 6, 6. Nays contre 5, 5.
Carried. Okay. Clause 11, CPC 28. Shall CPC 28 carry?
Mr. Aldag,
No.
Ms. Dabruzen,
No.
Mr. Badaway,
No.
Madame Lapointe,
No.
Mr. Sobara,
No.
Mr. Drishin, Mr. Falk,
Sorry, this one was which again? Sorry. I missed.
CPC 28,
CPC 28. Yes. Yes.
Mr. Padzer,
Oh, I am sorry. I vote yes.
Ms. Stubbs,
Yes.
Monsieur Simard,
Non.
Ms. Barron,
No.
okay. Yeas pour 4, 4. Nays contre 7, 7. Defeated.
That motion's defeated. CPC 29. Shall CPC 29 carry?
Mr. Aldag,
No.
Ms. Dabruzen,
No.
Mr. Badaway,
No.
Madame Lapointe,
No.
Mr. Sorbara,
No.
Mr. Drishin,
Yes.
Mr. Falk,
I'll sit down first. Yes.
Mr. Padzer,
Brilliant vote, Ted. Brilliant vote.
Brilliant.
I will follow his excellent lead and say yes.
Ms. Stubbs,
Because this would actually implement accountability, yes.
Monsieur Simard,
Oui.
Ms. Barron,
No.
Yeas pour 5, 5. Nays contre 6, 6. Defeated.
That's defeated. Okay, CPC 30. If CPC 30 is adopted, CPC 31 and Package A cannot be moved due to a line conflict. Shall CPC
Chair, I'd like to challenge your ruling on the
30
line conflict.
carry?
Chair, I'd like to challenge your ruling on the line conflict. Hello? Ruling on the
Chair, again, I don't know if you've
Aldag?
momentarily lost your
point of
hearing,
order,
but-
Chair.
Ms. Dabruzen,
Yes.
Chair, I have a point of
Mr.
order.
Badaway?
I wanted to challenge.
Yes.
Madame Lapointe,
Oui.
Mr. Sorbara, Mr. Drishin,
No.
Mr. Drishin,
Point
Ms.
of order, Chair.
Cram-Newman.
No, not tonight.
Drishin, yes or no?
Point of order, Chair.
Mr. Padzer,
Sorry, I can't reach around all the time. No.
Ms. Stubbs.
No.
Monsieur Simard.
Oui.
Ms. Barron.
Yes.
Yeas pour 8, 8, nays contre 3.
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order, Chair.
I have a point of order. Am I inaudible or am I audible? Because I'm raising a point of order, Chair.
CPC 30 has been carried. Shall clause
Point of order, Chair. I have a point of order I'd like to
carry as
raise.
amended.
We're in between votes. I have a point of order.
Chair, point of order.
Chair, I have a point of order.
Acknowledge point of orders, points of order when we're in votes. Now we're between
We're
votes.
between votes, Chair. I have a point of order to raise.
So there's no reason to.
Yes.
Can't just ignore the
Point of order, Chair.
There's
Chair, there are points of order in between votes that started prior to you calling the
Chair,
vote.
point of order.
Mr. Badawi.
Chair, point of order. There was points of order called in between votes, Chair, and you ignored them.
We.
Order.
Mr. Sorbara.
Point of order, Chair.
Mr. Duishan.
Point of order, Chair.
Mr.
Chair, there's a point of order.
I would say no.
There's a point of order, Chair.
Ms. Graham-Newman.
The point of order was called prior to the start of the vote.
No, but there's
There
a
was
point
a
of
point.
order.
There was a point
Before the vote, there was
start of the vote.
Mr. Patzer.
Watch the video.
There was a point of order called prior to the start of the vote, Chair.
Since there was a point of order called before the vote, I mean, it's an obvious no because we're throwing the rules out once again. I mean, this is insane.
Chair, there's a point of order called.
Before, it's based on the chair's ruling from the previous clause. So it was pretty clear that we had a point of order that needed
Chair.
to be addressed and dealt with, and the chair willfully ignored the rights and privileges of the
Mr.
member.
Patzer?
Point of order, Chair.
So that was absolutely ridiculous.
Point of order.
Clerk, you can stop calling the vote because the duly elected members of parliament trying to talk to the duly elected chair is just
Mr.
ignoring
Patzer?
us.
Point of order. Point of order,
You
Chair.
guys are trying to do your job, but the chair has to answer us.
Chair, I'm trying to raise a point of order.
Mr. Patzer.
Yeah, so because the point of order is being ignored, Mr. Chair, I don't know how we can proceed
Patzer?
because, I mean, I'm obviously going to have to
Ms.
say
Stubbs?
no because this doesn't make any sense why we're ignoring a point of order that was raised
Monsieur
after
Simard?
the ruling was made.
On est sur 30, c'est bien ça?
Are we on the CPC 30? 31.
No?
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order,
Point of order, chair. Point of order, chair.
Chair, point of order.
Point of order, chair.
On your ruling.
Point of order, chair.
Yeah, this is crazy.
On your ruling, Chair, point of order on your ruling.
He's literally making it up as we go along, and these guys are back.
The voting is on clause 11. So, Monsieur Simard. No. Ms. Barron.
Yes.
So on your ruling, Chair, point of order. Now the vote's done. A point of order on
Yeas
your ruling.
6, nays contre 1, 1. Carries.
So that was clause 11. Clause
Chair, point of order.
11
Point of order. Before the
carries.
next vote, before the vote, Chair. Point of order. Point of order, Chair. Please acknowledge us.
And you acknowledge me with your finger
Please
in your hand. You gave me a little wave.
Please acknowledge
So you
us,
did
Chair.
acknowledge.
We represent millions. Acknowledge us, Chair. Chair. Point of order, Chair. Point of order, Chair. Chair, you said you would acknowledge points of order between votes.
Ms. Stubbs, go ahead on the point of
Great.
order.
Garnet, go ahead.
No, Ms. Stubbs, go ahead.
Chair,
have to get back to
Chair.
his point
First
of
of
order
all, I
between the last-
want to clarify if your ruling is that with the adoption of CPC 30, the First Amendment in CPC Package A could not be moved. Is that correct?
Thank you for your point of order, and I will clarify this. As per House Procedure Practice, 3rd edition, page 769, amendments must be proposed following the order of the text to be amended. Once a line of clause by clause has been amended by the committee, it cannot be further amended by a subsequent amendment, as a given line may be amended only once. So now we will proceed to clause 12,
I have a point of order on that.
If CPC 32 is adopted,
Chair, we're not done. Point of order.
package B cannot be moved due to a line conflict.
Point of order.
Shall CPC 32 carry?
Point of order.
Mr. Aldag?
Yes.
Ms. Dabruzen?
Yes.
Point of order, Chair.
Ms. Dabruzen?
Yes.
Mr. Badaway?
Yes.
Madame Lapointe?
Oui.
Mr. Sorbara?
Oui.
Mr. Dreeshen?
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Dreeshen?
once again, I'm going to be saying no, but under objection with the way in which these things are being counted.
No?
Definitely no. Lots of no's.
Ms. Graham-Newman?
No, definitely no, but I don't understand and I can't appreciate the process that's happening right here. Like, this is
Mr.
unacceptable.
The chair and the clerk are running roughshod over the committee and the process, so it's an obvious no. And after this vote's recorded, point of order.
Ms. Stubbs?
And the clerks are, of course, doing the best that they can, but the problem here is the chair, who needs to acknowledge duly elected members of parliament who are members of this committee, and I vote no.
Challenge the chair if you have a problem.
Is Monsieur Simard? Oui.
Like
Ms.
Mr.
Barron?
Brusen, we can't even get acknowledged for a point of order.
Yes.
Yeas pour 7, 7. Nays contre 4, 4.
That carries.
Point of order.
That carries.
Point of
Shall
order.
clause 12 carry as amended?
Order.
Recorded
No.
vote, please.
Point of order, Chair. What is happening?
As amended.
Honestly.
As amended.
Chair,
Chair, what is happening? Point of order. Point of order, Chair.
Ms. Dabruzen?
Point of order, Chair.
Mr. Badaway?
Wow. Well,
Mr. Badaway? Madame Lapointe?
Oui.
Mr. Sorbara? Mr. Dreeshen?
Object to the way in which these votes are taking place, but I will vote no.
Ms. Graham-Newman?
The answer is no, but committee rules are being breached as we speak.
Mr. Padzer?
I would like to have my point of order recognized after this recorded vote, of which I will be voting no.
Ms. Stubbs?
But I don't know. Like, would everybody just like the Conservative members of Parliament and the millions of Canadians that we represent to go home here? Like, I'll vote no, but at what point are the other members of Parliament going to ask for the rules to be applied
Monsieur
here?
Simard?
Simplement respecter le greffier, ça pourrait être intéressant.
I'm not sure what.
Ms. Barron?
Yes.
Point of order.
This is nuts.
Yeas
Point of
pour
order. I
6,
challenge you, Chair.
6. Nays contre 5, 5.
Point of order, Chair. Chair, point of order.
Point of order, Chair.
I'm not talking to the people
Point of
beside
order,
you,
Chair.
Chair. I'm talking
Point of
to
order.
you. Point of order, Chair.
Point of order, Chair. Let's just go back to some.
So we, that last clause carries. We are on clause 13.
Point of order.
CPC, okay. So in between vote, what,
Yeah,
Ms.
great.
Stubbs,
Go ahead.
Mr. Patson, a point of order.
Yeah, well, actually, I challenged
right.
your ruling, is what happened.
So there is no,
Yeah, I can, because you made the point. You ruled that our
Chair,
a bunch of our amendments were out of order. So therefore, I challenged your
so
ruling.
Mr. Patzer, it's a line conflict, is it not a ruling? It is a line conflict that was explained quite clearly to members.
On that point of order,
We are now, we just had a vote. We are proceeding to CPC 33.
I'd like to speak to the point of order.
CPC 33 is adopted.
MP Janice just called
CPC 34
Chair,
cannot be
MP
moved
Janice just called a point
due
of
to
order.
a line conflict.
I'd like to speak to the
Shall
point of order.
CPC
Point of
33
order.
carry?
Point of order.
I'd like to speak to the point of order, Chair.
Your chair, I challenge your ruling.
No.
Point of order, Chair.
No.
Point of order, Chair.
Badawi?
No.
Madame Lapointe?
No.
Mr. Sorbara?
No.
Mr. Dreeshen?
On the challenge of the chair, then?
CPC 33.
But I thought that it was presented to the chair that there was a challenge, and I believe that was where we're at.
No?
No.
Ms. Graham-Newman?
So we're on, what are we on next?
Well, it's no, but I'm just concerned of the disorder and the misconduct that's happening right now. This is disappointing.
Motions. Amazing.
Point of order.
I think you should listen to my colleague here. She raises a very valid point. There was a challenge to the chair that was laid out. I vote no, but there was a challenge to the chair. And the fact that we're not acknowledging that is ridiculous.
Ms. Stubbs?
Point of order.
Nay? Like, who cares? Like,
Point of order.
Ms. Stubbs?
point of order.
Point of order, Chair.
Ms. Stubbs?
Nay.
Nay? Monsieur Simard?
Contre. Contre.
Ms. Barron?
No.
Yeas pour, zero.
That is,
zero. Nays contre,
that is,
11.
that is defeated. Shall
Point of order, Chair.
CPC 34 carry?
Chair, point of order.
Point of order, Chair. Point of order, Chair. Point of order, Chair.
Vote, please.
Chair, can you not hear us?
This is a flagrant violation of my.
Chair, perhaps we should suspend so that you can address your hearing. Do you need a break?
Chair.
Mr. Aldag?
Chair,
This
I'm
is
sorry.
this is a
Have we
flagrant
set
violation of the
paper on
privilege.
something there and you can't hear either?
Point of order.
Mr. Badawi?
I'm.
Madame Lapointe?
So figure something else out.
Mr. Sorbara?
Point of order, Chair.
Mr. Sorbara?
No.
Mr. Dreeshen?
Is there any way to get this connected to anything? I'm just curious whether or not this is out of order as well.
Point.
We seem to be.
Mr. Dreeshen?
Won't make anything else out of order.
Yea or nay?
Doesn't make anything else out of order.
Ms. Graham-Newman?
No, I just need to have some reflection and pause for a minute just to recognize whether we're talking about the point of order, whether we're talking about.
CPC 34, yea or nay?
How did we get to it?
Is it connected to
So
any other
is it connected to any other lines or is it a standalone?
Ms. Graham-Newman? Mr. Padzer?
We're, Mr. Clerk, Mr. Chair, whoever wants to answer the question, is this going to make any other votes?
I have a point of order to
Yes
raise,
or no?
Chair.
Just yes or no, Chair. It's
At
not a
least the people
Padzer?
beside are helping, but the chair won't even look or acknowledge or answer us now.
Chair. It's a simple question.
Ms. Stubbs?
Chair.
Do you want to, can you elbow just the chair beside you for a second and get him to acknowledge me?
Ms. Stubbs?
No, nay, I guess, but, I mean, like, the two people to his right are
Monsieur
clearly
Chair, I have a
trying to
point of
help
order.
us, but he won't even look at us or talk to us.
Contre, Monsieur le greffier.
Point of
Et
order,
vous faites
Chair.
une très bonne job.
Against Mr. Clerk, and you're doing a great job. Thank you.
Order, Chair.
Yeas pour, 0, 0. Nays contre, 8, 8.
Point of order, Chair. Point of order. Point of order. We're in between.
We have a recorded vote.
We're in between votes, and I have a point of order. What about the members? Members have privileges, and they have the right to raise points of
How are
order.
we supposed to represent our
Mr. Badaway?
Yes.
This is a flagrant violation of privileges of members, Chair.
actions observing at emerging?
It's a point of order.
You're taking things backwards.
It's
Mr.
a
Sorba?
point of order raised before the.
Yes. Mr. Dreeshen?
Point of order.
Liberal? No.
Point of order, Chair. Chair, point of order.
No.
raised before the vote was called.
Mr. Patzer.
No.
Ms. Stubbs.
No.
Monsieur Simard.
Non.
Ms. Barron.
No.
OK, contre. 6. Yeas pour 5. 5. Nays contre 6.
Point of order.
That's defeated.
We're in between.
That's defeated. CPC
Point of order now.
35. If CPC 35 is adopted, package C
Point of
cannot be
order,
moved
Chair.
due to a line conflict.
We're in between votes.
Shall CPC 35
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order, Chair. Point of order, Chair.
Chair, we're in between votes. Point of order.
Point of order, Chair. We're in between votes. Ruling. It's your own ruling, Chair. Point of order. Point of order, Chair.
Yes.
Point
Mr.
of
Alba?
order, Chair.
Yes.
Ms. Dabruzen.
Yes.
Mr. Badaway.
Yes.
Madame Lapointe.
Oui.
Mr. Sorbara.
Yes.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Which one are we on? No.
Ms. Cramp Newman.
No.
Mr. Padzer.
Sorry, no.
Ms. Stubbs.
No.
Monsieur Simard.
Pardon, on est sur quoi là? On est sur?
CP.
Where are we at? CPC 35.
Ms. Barron.
Yes.
Yeas pour 6. Nays contre 5. 5.
Point of order, Chair.
Rappel au règlement. C'est adopté. L'article 13 est-il adopté tel que modifié? J'ai un rappel au règlement à soulever entre deux votes.
Order, Chair.
Yes.
Point
Mr.
of
Brusen.
Yes.
Mr. Badaway.
Yes.
Madame Lapointe.
Oui.
Mr. Sorbara.
Yes.
Mr. Dreeshen.
No.
Ms. Cram Newman.
No.
Mr. Padzer.
No.
Ms. Stubbs.
No.
Monsieur Simard.
Point of order, Chair.
Non.
Rappel au règlement.
Ms. Barron.
Yes.
Yeas pour 6. 6. Nays contre 5. 5.
That
Chair, I have a point of
carries.
order.
C'est adopté. Nous allons lever la séance, plutôt suspendre la séance. B5 est adopté. B15 ne peut être adopté en raison d'un conflit. Est-ce que Lib 15 est adopté?
Chair, I have a point of order I'd like to
Yes.
raise about the.
Yes.
Mr. Badaway.
Chair, I have a point of
Yes.
order regarding
Madame
the process
Lapointe.
for resuming the meeting.
J'ai un rappel au règlement sur la reprise de la réunion.
Oui.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Point of order, Chair.
Ms. Cram Newman.
Rappel au règlement, monsieur.
Point of order.
Mr. Padzer.
Lib 6, sorry.
Lib 5.
Oh, lib 5.
Point of order, Chair.
Rappel au règlement.
Sorry, my mistake.
Chair, point of order.
No.
Rappel au règlement.
Ms. Stubbs.
What does that even mean?
It's sort of nonsensical, so no.
Point of order, Chair.
Monsieur Simard.
Ooh.
Ms. Barron.
Yes.
Yeas pour 7. 7. Nays
That-
contre 4. 4.
That carries. Shall clause.
C'est adopté. L'article 14 est-il adopté tel que modifié?
Mr. Aldag.
Yes.
Ms. Dabruzen.
Yes.
Mr. Badaway.
Yes.
Madame Lapointe.
Oui.
Mr. Sorbara.
Oui.
Yes. Mr. Dreeshen.
No. No.
Where are we at?
Ms. Cramp Newman.
No.
Mr. Pazzer.
I was going
Uh,
lip sync it.
No, it should not.
Ms. Stubbs.
No.
Monsieur Simard.
Pardon, on est...
Sorry, did we do lib 4? Lib 5. Thank you. Sorry.
Article 14,
L'article... Non, l'article 14, non, c'est ça.
Ms. Barron.
Yes.
Yeas pour, 6, nays contre, 5, 5.
That carries. Clause 15, lib 6, shall lib 6 carry.
After the point of order.
Okay, but Chair, it's getting a little ridiculous. Like, so what's happening?
Can I raise a point of order?
Yes.
Chair, are you ever going
Ms.
to acknowledge a
Dabruzen?
point of order again? Yes.
Mr. Badaway.
Chair, are you ever going to?
Yes.
Chair, are you going to acknowledge a point of order?
Mr. Badaway.
Yes.
Madame Lapointe.
Oui.
Mr. Sorbara.
Yes.
Mr. Dreeshen.
No.
Ms. Graham-Newman.
This is a serious violation of
It's-
privileges of members to not allow points of order to be raised.
It's a no one. I understand that this is a really difficult spot for everyone.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of disrespect by a lot of people at this table right now, but it's really concerning the lack of procedure that is happening.
Ms. Graham-Newman.
So I said no initially,
Okay.
but I'm.
Mr. Pazzer.
It's hard for everyone to hear, Shelby.
Yeah, I think she had a great point. I do hope that on a point of order in between this question and the next question, that we'll be able to hear the rest of what she had to say, because I think she has a very valid point that you need to consider.
I'm sure the feminists will listen.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. If there's a real feminist there, that we would acknowledge. But anyways,
Mr.
I guess I'll be
Pazzer?
voting. I'll be voting no.
Ms. Stubbs.
No.
Monsieur Simard.
Oui.
Ms. Barron.
Yes.
Yeas pour, 7, nays contre, 4, 4.
Point of order.
Lib 6 carries.
Point of order.
CPC 36. If CPC 36 is adopted, package D cannot be moved due to a line conflict. Shall CPC 36
Point of order,
carry?
Chair.
Challenge your ruling.
Mr. Aldag.
Yes.
Ms. Dabruzen.
Yes.
Mr. Badaway.
Yes.
Madame Lapointe.
Oui.
Mr. Sorbara.
Oui.
Mr. Dreeshen.
No.
Ms. Graham-Newman.
Well, I recognize that it was just the meeting was just suspended because you tried to, get some control back in the room. But it's not happening because there's lack of communication and eye contact. So my
Ms.
vote is no, but I'm concerned right now just the
Mr.
process.
Pazzer.
Well, right before the vote started, I actually said I challenged the chair. So I hope that will be acknowledged after this vote. So I will be saying it again, and as such, I will be saying no.
Ms. Stubbs.
No.
Monsieur Simard.
No.
Ms. Barron.
Yes.
I challenge the chair.
Yeas pour, 6, nays contre, 5.
CPC 36
I challenge the
carries.
chair.
We now have
Challenge the chair.
CPC 37.
Sure.
If
Challenge the
CPC
chair.
37 is adopted,
And you're being
CPC 38 becomes moot and cannot be voted
Chair, you've
on.
got to challenge.
Shall CPC 37 carry?
I already challenged you, chair. You actually have you
Asked us
No.
to challenge you so many times
previously, and now we're actually.
No.
Ms. Dabruzen, no. Mr. Badaway.
No.
Madame Lapointe.
No.
Mr. Sorbara.
No.
Mr. Dreeshen.
No.
No.
Ms. Graham-Newman.
No.
No. Mr. Pazzer.
This is 37.
Yes.
Every point of order must be addressed by a chair. I'm not sure why they're not being
Mr.
acknowledged.
Pazzer.
Yes.
Ms. Stubbs. Ms. Stubbs.
Point of order, Chair.
I don't. What? Like, are you guys all just going to ignore members of parliament here who are challenging the chair and calling points of order?
Is it because you feel that we don't have
Do you guys want us
merit?
to just pack up and go home and do this all yourselves? Like, I don't, honestly, how are we proceeding here?
Ms. Stubbs?
Like, this is a total kangaroo court and bananas.
Monsieur Simard?
I think it shows that the
Ooh.
chair is showing that we don't have merit.
Ms. Barron?
No.
Yeah, well, it's just clearly that if anybody has a different view at all, they'll silence and censor us just like they do. And
Yeas pour, 2, nays contre, 8, 8.
That's defeated. CPC 38. Shall CPC 38 carry?
You have an outstanding challenge, Chair.
Mr. Aldag?
Chair.
No.
Chair.
Ms. Dabruzen?
Nope.
Mr. Badaway?
No.
Madame Lapointe?
No.
Mr. Sobrara?
No.
Mr. Dreeshen? Mr. Dreeshen?
Yes.
Yes. Ms. Graham-Newman?
Yes, but I'm still concerned about the disorder and the misconduct.
Mr. Padzer?
I'm still planning to challenge the chair, Mr. Chair, so I hope that you will acknowledge that in between the votes, as that is my right, and I will be voting yes.
Ms. Stubbs?
Yes.
Monsieur Simard? Ms. Barron?
No.
Yeas pour, 5, 5, nays contre.
That is defeated.
Point of order, Chair. Point of order. Point of order.
Carry.
Points of order.
As amended.
Point of order. Point of order. Point of order.
Roll call.
Recorded vote, please.
Mr. Aldag?
Yes.
Ms. Dabruzen?
Yes.
Mr. Badaway?
Yes. Yes.
Madame Lapointe?
Oui.
Mr. Sorbara?
Yes.
Mr. Dreeshen?
Is this PV 2?
Clause 15. As amended.
No, then.
Ms. Cramp-Newman?
No.
Mr.
No.
Padzer?
But I just.
Chair, when you refuse to acknowledge points of order, it obstructs the ability for us to be able to hear what it is that we are actually supposed to be voting on. So if you want this to run orderly, I suggest that you start acknowledging people in between the votes as they are being called out. I vote no.
Ms. Stubbs?
No.
Monsieur Simard?
No.
Ms. Barron?
Yes.
Yeas pour, 6, 6, nays contre, 5, 5.
That carries. Clause 16, package E.
Point of order.
All amendments in this package have a line conflict. As soon as one amendment is adopted,
order.
no other amendment can be voted on. Also, if one of the amendments in package E is adopted, PV2 cannot be moved due to a line conflict. PV2 shall PV2 carry. No.
Point of order, Chair.
Where's the acknowledgement of our point of order?
Okay.
Chair, I have a point of order to raise. Point.
Shall CPC AC 166-1 carry?
Yes. Point of order. Yes.
Ms. Dabruzen?
Yes.
Mr. Badaway?
Yes.
Madame Lapointe?
Oui.
Mr. Sorbara?
Yes.
Mr. Dreeshen?
No.
Ms. Graham-Newman?
Absolutely not.
Mr. Padzer?
Point of order.
Oh, there's a point of order, Chair.
Mr. Padzer?
Point of order, Chair.
I think there's a point of order.
There's been a few.
Yeah, there's
Yeah, there
so
has
many
been a few,
points of
including the part where I challenged you, Chair.
Yeah, he doesn't
That
give a
part
rip
is
about that
still.
either.
Points of order. But I guess in the meantime, I will have to make my vote stand as a. I guess as a no.
Ms. Stubbs.
Well, no, no, I guess. I mean, this is sort of ridiculous,
Monsieur
right?
Simard.
Non.
Ms. Barron.
Yes.
Yeas pour, 6, nays contre, 5.
That is carried. Package F, all amendments in this package have a line conflict. As soon as one amendment is adopted, no other amendments can be voted on. Shall CPC AC 167-1 carry?
What page is that on, Chair? What page, Chair?
All amendments, package F, all amendments in this package have a line conflict. As soon as one amendment is adopted in package F, no other amendment can be voted on. Shall CPC AC 167-1 carry?
Yes.
167-1.
Mr. Aldag.
Yes.
Ms. Dabrouzin.
Yes.
Mr. Badaway.
Yes.
Madame Lapointe.
Oui.
Mr. Sobara.
Yes.
Mr. Grecian.
No.
Ms. Graham-Newman.
Well, Mr. Chair, I don't envy the position that you're in, but I really feel like we're deviating away from the standard practice of democracy in a committee. By all means, I vote. What am I voting?
Yay or nay?
I'm going to be consistent with my team here, and we're nay, but we need to reevaluate how we're doing
Panzer?
this. Yeah. Thank
Just
you.
one more time.
Thank
It's
you.
it's in F, but it's CPC. Which one? AC, CPC, AC.
CPC A167-1.
167-1. Okay, well, just to make sure that this is happening properly.
At least someone around here is.
There it is. 1?
You're good.
Ah, there
Mr.
it is.
Padzer.
There it is. So since he said there was a conflict and if any of them passed, so therefore no.
Ms. Stubbs.
No. Oh. No.
Monsieur Simard. Ms. Barron.
Yes.
Yeas pour, 7, nays contre, 4, 4.
That carries. BQ 16, shall BQ 16 carry?
No. BQ 16? BQ 16, yes. Mr. Aldag?
No.
Ms. Dabrouzin?
No.
Mr. Badaway?
No.
Madame Lapointe?
No.
Mr. Sorbara?
No.
Mr. Grecian?
Yes.
Ms. Graham-Newman?
Yes.
Mr. Padzer?
I'm going to vote no.
Ms. Stubbs?
That's fine. You're a free, duly elected, equal member of parliament, Shelby. No.
I am not here.
Monsieur Simard?
Oui.
Ms. Barron?
No.
Yeas pour, 3, nays contre, 8, 8.
That's defeated. CPC 39, shall CPC 39 carry?
Mr. Aldag?
No.
Ms. Dabrouzin?
Nope.
Mr. Badaway?
No.
Madame Lapointe?
No.
Mr. Sorbara?
No.
Mr. Grecian?
Yes.
Ms. Graham-Newman?
Wait.
Mr. Padzer?
This one is also in conflict with all the other ones, is that correct?
Mr. Padzer?
No? Okay, then I vote yes.
Ms. Stubbs?
Yes.
Monsieur Simard?
No.
Ms. Barron?
No.
Yeas pour 4, 4, nays contre, 7, 7.
That's defeated. CPC 40, shall CPC 40 carry?
Mr. Aldag?
No.
Ms. Dabrousin?
No.
Mr. Badaway?
No.
Madame Lapointe?
No.
Mr. Sorbara?
No.
Mr. Dreeshen?
Well, this one deals with the growth of indigenous communities, so I'm certainly going to say yes.
Ms. Graham-Newman? Mr. Padzer?
Yes to economic growth of indigenous communities.
Ms. Stubbs?
Yes, the only conservatives tonight are voting in favor of economic opportunities and economic growth for Indigenous communities. Yes.
Monsieur Simard?
No.
Ms. Barron?
No.
Yeas pour 4, 4, nays contre,
That's
7, 7.
That's defeated. BQ 17. Shall BQ 17 carry?
No.
Mr. Aldag?
No.
Ms. Dabrousin?
Nope.
Mr. Badaway?
No.
Madame Lapointe?
No.
Mr. Sorbara?
No.
Mr. Dreeshen?
I got to say no.
I didn't hear Mr. Dreeshen.
Said no.
No? Ms. Graham-Newman? Ms. Graham-Newman?
Existing
BQ 17.
Decarbonization. No. No.
No. Mr. Padzer?
No.
Ms. Stubbs?
No.
Monsieur Simard?
Hear me, my mic's not even on.
Ms. Barron?
Motions.
No.
Yeas pour 1, 1, nays contre, 10, 10.
That's defeated. NDP 4. Shall NDP 4 carry?
Yes.
Mr. Aldag?
Yes.
Ms. Dabrousin?
Yes.
Mr. Badaway?
Yes.
Madame Lapointe?
Oui.
Mr. Sorbara?
Yes.
Mr. Dreeshen?
No.
No?
No.
Ms. Graham-Newman?
No.
Mr. Padzer?
To use Mr. Aldag's words, hard no.
Ms. Stubbs?
No.
Monsieur Simard?
No.
Ms. Barron?
Yes.
Yeas pour 1, 1, nays contre, 10, 10.
No.
Oh, sorry. 6 against 4. Sorry. No, 6 against 5.
That carries. CPC 41. Shall CPC 41 carry?
Yes.
Mr. Aldag?
No.
Ms. Dabrousin?
Nope.
Mr. Badaway?
No.
Madame Lapointe?
No.
Mr. Sorbara?
No.
Mr. Dreeshen?
Well, I'm on the side of affordability and reliability of energy markets, so I'm going to say yes.
Affordability and reliability of energy markets.
Yes?
Affordability and
Graham-Newman?
reliability of energy markets. Absolutely yes.
Mr. Padzer?
Well, this is just another common sense conservative amendment, so it's a definite yes.
Ms. Stubbs?
Yes, for affordable and reliable power, but obviously NDP Liberals are against it because they want to make it expensive and unaffordable and unreliable.
Monsieur Simard? Ms. Barron?
No.
Yeas pour 4, 4, nays contre, 7, 7.
That's defeated. CPC 42. Shall CPC 42 carry?
Mr. Aldag?
No.
Ms. Dabrousin?
No.
Mr. Badaway?
No.
Madame Lapointe?
No.
Mr. Sorbara?
No.
Mr. Dreeshen?
Yes to delivering on time and on budget.
Ms. Graham-Newman.
I think it goes without saying, on time, on budget. Yes?
Mr. Padzer.
What a novel concept that something would be delivered on time and on budget. Wow. But since budgets don't balance themselves, I guess, you know.
Mr. Padzer.
I'll vote yes.
Ms. Stubbs.
Well, this is for major and clean energy projects to happen on time and on budget. So I guess, once again, Conservatives are the only ones to support that, so I vote yes.
Monsieur Simard. No. Ms. Barron.
No.
Yeas pour, 4, 4, nays contre, 7, 7.
That's defeated. Lib 7. Shall Lib 7 carry?
Mr. Aldag.
Yes.
Ms. Dabruzen.
Yes.
Mr. Badaway.
Yes.
Ms. Lapointe.
Oui.
Mr. Sorbara.
Oui.
Mr. Dreeshen.
No to more bureaucracy.
No. Ms. Graham-Newman.
No.
Mr. Padzer. Mr. Padzer.
No.
I don't, just,
Ms. Stubbs.
no.
Monsieur Simard.
Oui.
Ms. Barron.
Yes.
Yeas pour, 7, 7. Nays contre, 4, 4.
That carries. PV 3. Shall PV-3 carry?
Mr. Aldag.
No.
Ms. Dabruzen.
Nope.
Mr. Badaway.
No.
Madame Lapointe.
No.
Mr. Sorbara.
No.
Mr. Dreeshen.
I gotta say no.
Ms. Graham-Newman.
The just transition, no.
Mr. Padzer.
Justin's transition?
Yeah.
Yeah, this would definitely be a no.
Ms. Stubbs.
Just transition.
Well, again, I would commend Ms. May for being the only one who's honest about the fact that Bill C-50 is the just transition, which 84% Canadians don't know about, but the majority don't like it when they do know. So at least she's the only one being honest here, but I'll vote no.
Monsieur Simard.
Oui.
Ms. Barron.
No.
Yeas pour, 1, 1. Nays contre, 10, 10.
That's defeated. CPC 43. Shall CPC 43 carry?
Mr. Aldag.
No.
Ms. Dabruzen.
No.
Mr. Badaway.
No.
You know what that means?
Madame Lapointe.
No.
Mr. Sorbara.
No.
Mr. Dreeshen.
I agree with ministerial accountability, so I'm gonna say yes.
Ms. Graham-Newman.
We.
Mr. Padzer.
Yes. You know, I think I'll have to agree with Mr. Dreeshen
Ms.
on ministerial
Stubbs.
accountability and say yes.
Yes to ministerial accountability.
Monsieur Simard.
On est sur CPC.
Are we at CBC 43? No.
Ms. Barron.
No.
Yeas pour, 4, 4. And nays contre, 7, 7.
That's defeated. NDP 5. Shall NDP 5 carry?
Yes.
Mr. Aldag.
Yes.
Ms. Dabruzen.
Yes.
Mr. Badaway.
Yes.
Madame Lapointe.
Oui.
Mr. Sorbara.
Yes.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Well, we seem to have Charlie's Angels over there, but I'm gonna say no to this.
Ms. Graham-Newman? No.
No.
Mr. Padzer.
Oh, the no defining principles. No.
Ms. Stubbs.
No.
Monsieur Simard.
No.
Ms. Barron.
Yes.
Yeas pour, 6, 6. Nays contre, 5, 5.
That carries. NDP 6. Shall NDP 6 carry?
Mr. Aldag.
Yes.
Ms. Dabruzen.
Yes.
Mr. Badaway.
Yes.
Madame Lapointe.
Oui.
Mr. Sorbara.
Yes.
Mr. Dreeshen.
No, there's more talk, no action. Got to say no.
Ms. Graham-Newman.
No, merci.
Mr. Padzer.
Yes.
Ms. Dabruzen.
This is another no.
Ms. Stubbs.
No.
Monsieur Simard.
No.
Ms. Barron.
Yes.
Yeas pour, 6. Nays contre, 5.
That carries. NDP 7. Shall NDP 7 carry?
Point of order, Mr. Chair. I have a point of order to raise.
Mr. Aldag.
Yes.
Ms. Dabruzen.
Yes.
Mr. Badaway.
Yes.
Ms. Lapointe.
Oui.
Mr. Sorbara.
Yes.
Mr. Dreeshen.
No to more jobs for bureaucrats.
Ms. Graham-Newman.
No.
Mr. Padzer. Ms. Stubbs.
Oh, sorry.
Oh.
Did you?
Yeah, he didn't vote yet, so I'm not sure.
Mr.
why you're
Padzer?
going on.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I didn't hear my name called there, so I'm going to go ahead and vote no.
Ms. Stubbs.
Well, the government's internal memos already know that Bill C-50 is going to disproportionately harm Indigenous workers, which is why we actually should be dealing with this bill properly.
Ms.
But I'm going to
Stubbs?
vote no.
No. Monsieur Simard. Ms. Barron.
Yes.
Yeas pour, 7. Nays contre, 4.
That carries. NDP 8. Shall NDP 8 carry?
Mr. Aldag.
Yes.
Ms. Dabruzen.
Yes.
Mr. Badaway.
Yes.
Ms. Lapointe.
Oui.
Mr. Sorbara.
Oui.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Well, you want to take jobs away from people. I guess this is how you do it. I would say no.
Ms. Graham-Newman.
No.
Mr. Padzer.
Yeah, this is still going to be a definite no.
Ms. Stubbs.
No.
Monsieur Simard.
Pardon, on est NPD 8.
Are we at NPD 8?
Ms. Barron.
Yes.
Yeas pour, 6. 6. Nays contre, 5.
That carries. NDP 9. Shall NDP 9 carry?
NPD 9? NDP 9. Mr. Aldag.
Yes.
Ms. Dabruzen.
Yes.
Mr. Badaway.
Yes.
Madame Lapointe.
Oui.
Mr. Sorbara.
Oui.
Mr. Dreeshen.
No.
Ms. Graham-Newman.
Yeah, it should have been really made.
No, but we have to remember that or recognize that there is a point of order, and I recognize that the chair can decide whether or not there's merit or not to that. But he hasn't even provided the member an opportunity to share whether or not there's merit. So I'm just curious if the chair will be acknowledging that.
Graham-Newman.
I already voted.
Nay. Mr. Padzer.
You can add stealing privilege to the list, I guess, so no.
Which means silencing the voices.
Ms. Stubbs.
Well, it's totally bizarre. I mean, I'm going to vote no, but it's like very close to Monsieur Smart's previous amendment that they all voted against. So, I'm going to vote no, but it just the whole thing's
Monsieur Simard?
bananas.
Yeas pour, 7. Ms. Barron.
Yes.
Sorry. Yeas pour, 7. Nays contre, 4.
That carries. Lib 8. Shall Lib 8 carry?
Point of
Mr.
order?
Aldag.
Yes.
Point of order?
Ms. Dabruzen.
Yes.
Mr. Badaway.
Yes.
Madame Lapointe.
Oui.
Mr. Sorbara.
Oui.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Are we on Lib 8?
Lib 8.
No.
Ms. Graham-Newman.
It's crazy, hey?
We're no, but again, on page 1059, every point of order must be considered by the chair.
Mr. Padzer.
So I'm just curious if it's how is it being considered?
Mr.
And
Padzer.
if it's no, that's okay, but let
Mr. Padzer.
I'm sure the 60 natural resource workers in Toronto Danforth would be upset about this, so I'm going to vote no.
because they're all in our constituency.
Ms. Stubbs?
No.
Monsieur Simard? Ms. Barron?
Yes.
Yeas pour, 7, 7, nays contre, 4, 4.
That carries. Lib 9. Shall Lib 9 carry?
Mr. Aldag?
Yes.
Ms. Dabrousin?
Yes.
Mr. Badaway?
Yes.
Ms. Lapointe?
Oui.
Mr. Sorbara?
Oui.
Mr. Dreeshen?
No to extra bureaucracy.
I didn't hear Mr. Dreeshen.
said no.
No. Ms. Graham-Newman?
No, merci.
Mr. Padzer?
Also no.
Ms. Stubbs?
No.
Monsieur Simard?
Oui.
Ms. Barron?
Yes.
Yes? Yeas pour, 7, 7, nays contre, 4, 4.
That carries. BQ 18. Shall BQ 18 carry?
Mr. Aldag?
No.
Ms. Dabrousin?
No.
Mr. Badaway?
No.
Madame Lapointe?
No.
Mr. Sorbara? Mr. Dreeshen?
No.
Ms. Graham-Newman?
No. No, merci.
Mr. Padzer?
This is no.
Ms. Stubbs?
No. Thanks, Clark.
Monsieur Simard?
Oui.
Ms. Barron?
No.
Yeas pour, 1, and nays contre, 10, 10.
That's defeated. BQ 19. Shall BQ 19 carry?
Point of order, Chair. MP Janice is calling a point of order.
Mr. Aldag?
Chair.
No.
Ms. Dabrousin?
No.
Mr. Badaway?
No.
Madame Lapointe?
No.
Mr. Sorbara?
No.
Mr. Dreeshen?
No.
Ms. Graham-Newman?
No.
Mr. Padzer?
No.
Ms. Stubbs?
Did Jeffrey?
Ms. Stubbs?
You'll forgive, there's obviously hearing problems around here, so I guess I'm just double checking. No.
Monsieur Simard? And Ms. Barron?
No.
Yeas pour, 1, nays contre, 10, 10.
That is defeated. Shall clause 16 carry as amended?
Mr. Aldag?
Yes.
Ms. Dabrousin?
Yes.
Mr. Badaway?
Yes.
Madame Lapointe?
Oui.
Mr. Sorbara?
Yes.
Mr. Dreeshen? Ms. Graham-Newman?
No.
No. Mr. Padzer?
I'm sure the residents of Calgary Skyview will appreciate the undemocratic behavior of their MP, so no.
Ms. Stubbs?
No.
Monsieur Simard?
No.
Ms. Barron?
Yes.
Yeas pour, 6, 6, nays contre, 5, 5.
That carries. Clause 17, CPC 44. If CPC 44 is adopted, amendments in Package G cannot be moved due to a line conflict. Shall CPC
Chair, could you outline those
44 carry?
Mr.
Chair, could you
Aldag?
outline the amendments that would be
Yes.
impacted?
Ms. Dabrousin?
Chair.
Yes.
Mr. Badaway?
Yes.
Madame Lapointe?
Oui.
Mr. Sorbara? Mr. Dreeshen?
Well, no.
No. Ms. Graham-Newman?
Not going to give us a chance to go through these.
No.
Mr. Padzer?
No.
Ms. Stubbs?
No.
Monsieur Simard?
Ooh.
J'ai entendu un bâillement, mais pas le
Je vous ai baillé.
Heard you yawn. It was a yes yawn.
Miss Barron.
Yes.
Yeas pour, 7. Nays contre, 4.
That carries. Shall clause 17 carry as amended?
Mr. Aldag?
Yes.
Ms. Dabrouzen?
Yes.
Mr. Badaway?
Yes.
Ms. Lapointe?
Oui.
Mr. Sorbara?
Yes.
Mr. Dreeshen? Ms. Cram-Newman?
No, but Mr. Chair, I respect your authority that you have, but I'm concerned that the disruptive action and the lack of communication that we're getting is not orderly. Like I'm not disrespecting your role, and I respect your authority in this position.
Ms. Cram-Newman?
I said no at the
No?
onset.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mr. Padzer?
No, until the chair acknowledges a point of order from our side. For this particular one, I'll be a no.
Ms. Stubbs?
No.
Monsieur Simard?
No.
Ms. Barron?
Yes.
Yeas pour, 6. Nays contre, 5.
That carries. Clause 18, NDP 10. If NDP 10 is adopted,
Point of order. Chair, what are we supposed to do
CPC
here?
48 cannot
Do
be
you want us
moved
to just
due to a
point of order with
line
mics on
conflict.
or off?
Shall NDP 10
Can you not hear
carry?
us? You just don't give a rip about the rules.
Mr. Aldag?
They
Yes.
give zero shits about the people.
Ms. Dabrouzen?
Yes.
Mr. Badaway?
Yes.
Madame Lapointe?
Oui.
Mr. Sorbara?
Yes.
Mr. Dreeshen?
Well, this is going to slow things down in Charlie's riding, but I'm going to say no.
Ms. Graham-Newman?
Bad.
No,
Bad cause.
but again, we're not using any unparliamentary language, and we're not being
Patzer?
acknowledged.
Mr. Patzer?
Yeah, they like don't
Well, I feel bad for the people of Timmins James Bay because their MP didn't spend very much time addressing their concerns when we actually talked about their amendment in
Yes,
committee. So
remember,
therefore, I
we
will
talked
say
about
no.
the businesses, the jobs.
2
Ms.
hours
Stubbs?
straight myself, but
That MP kept saying it was shut down, and then of course our colleague talked about Timmins James Bay, the businesses and the workers there for 2
Ms.
hours. The
Stubbs?
MP didn't bother, but like you guys don't care about the position, right? That's clear, but I guess no.
Monsieur Simard? Ms. Barron?
Sorry. Yes.
Yeas pour, 7. Nays contre, 4.
That's carried. CPC 45. If CPC 45 is adopted, CPC 46, CPC 47, and CPC 48 cannot be moved due to a line conflict. Shall CPC 45 carry?
Mr. Aldag?
No.
Ms. Dabrouzen?
No.
Mr. Badaway?
No.
Madame Lapointe?
No.
Mr. Sorbara?
No.
Mr. Dreeshen?
Accountability.
Ms. Graham-Newman?
Again, yes, but your the chair's authority to censor. Again, I respect, but we're not even being acknowledged.
Mr. Patzer?
imagine empowering a minister to actually do their job. What a novel concept. So yes, of course.
Ms. Stubbs?
Yeah, and require consultation, but the NDP Liberals, hatred for consultation is on full display, isn't it?
Ms. Stubbs?
But I'll vote yes.
Monsieur Simard? Ms. Barron?
No.
Yeas pour, 4. Nays contre, 7. That is defeated. CPC 46. If CPC 46 is adopted, CPC 47 and CPC 48 cannot be moved due to a line conflict.
Chair, there is a point of order on the floor. Chair, point of order.
Chair, are you accepting? Are you hearing my point of order here?
Mr. Aldag?
No.
Chair, Point of order
Ms.
is,
Dabrousin?
I'd like you to
Mr.
clarify.
No.
Madame Lapointe?
No.
Mr. Sorbara?
No.
Mr. Dreeshen?
Well, yes to getting all the ministers there.
Ms. Graham-Newman?
Yes, but again, yes, but I recognize that the chair may see that we're being repetitive, but for that reason, all the more reason that we need to acknowledge the point of order. And I know he can use his discretion to not acknowledge us because we're being repetitive, but if he just deals with it, then
Mr.
we'll
Patson?
stop.
There it is.
Or not.
Yeah, or not. I will vote yes.
Ms. Stubbs?
Yes.
Monsieur Simard?
Oops, sorry. I knocked my pen there.
Ms. Barron?
No.
Yeas pour 4, 4, nays contre, 7.
That's defeated. CPC 47. If CPC 47 is adopted, CP 48 cannot be moved due to a line conflict. Shall CPC 47 carry?
Mr. Aldag?
No.
Ms. Dabrousin?
No.
Mr. Badaway?
No.
Madame Lapointe?
No.
Mr. Sorbara?
No.
Mr. Dreeshen? Ms. Graham-Newman?
We.
Mr. Padzer?
Oh, 47. Yeah, that's my favorite number. Of course I got to vote for that one. Yes.
Mr. Stubbs? Ms. Stubbs?
Yes. Thanks.
Monsieur Simard?
No.
Ms. Barron?
No.
Yeas pour 4, 4, nays contre, 7.
That's defeated. CPC 49. Shall CPC 49 carry?
Mr. Aldag?
No.
Ms. Dabrousin?
No.
Mr. Badaway?
No.
Madame Lapointe?
No.
Mr. Sorbara?
No.
Mr. Dreeshen?
Is this CPC 49 like this?
48.
That's
No, 49.
Well,
49?
you said 49, but you
Excuse
said
me?
48.
49.
What was the result on 48? Yes.
Ms. Graham-Newman?
Colleague Ms. Stubbs, yes, absolutely yes.
Mr. Patzer?
Well, it's brilliant when people who actually know what they're talking about propose amendments. So, of course, I'm going to vote yes for ministerial accountability, public consultation. This sounds great.
Ms. Stubbs?
Yeah, the purpose of this amendment is to enforce transparency and public consultation. So I vote yes.
Monsieur Simard?
Ooh.
Ms. Barron?
No.
Yeas pour 5, 5, nays contre, 6, 6.
That's defeated. BQ 20. Shall BQ 20 carry?
Mr. Aldag?
No.
Ms. Dabrousin?
No.
Mr. Badaway?
No.
Madame Lapointe?
No.
Mr. Sorbara?
No.
Mr. Dreeshen?
No.
Ms. Graham-Newman?
It's no, but it's really disappointing that the chair is continuing to yield the floor to
Mr. Padzer?
members that are wishing to speak.
Mr. Padzer?
Well, I do believe at the start of this that I said the noes had it, so no.
Ms. Stubbs?
No.
Monsieur Simard?
Oui.
Ms. Barron?
No.
Yeas pour 1, 1, nays contre, 10, 10.
That's defeated. BQ 21. Shall BQ 21 carry?
Mr. Aldag?
No.
Ms. Dabrousin?
No.
Mr. Badaway?
No.
Madame Lapointe?
No.
Mr. Sorbara?
No.
Mr. Dreeshen?
I kind of like it.
Mr. Dreeshen?
No.
Ms. Graham-Newman?
No.
Mr. Padzer?
Nah. Nah.
Ms. Stubbs.
No.
Monsieur Simard.
Oui.
Ms. Barron.
No.
Yeas pour, 1, nays contre, 10, 10.
That's defeated. Shall Clause 18 carry as amended?
Mr. Aldag?
Yes.
Ms. Dabrousin?
Yes.
Mr. Badaway?
Yes.
Madame Lapointe?
Oui.
Mr. Sorbara?
Yes.
Mr. Dreeshen?
No.
Ms. Graham-Newman?
No.
Mr. Padzer?
No.
Ms. Stubbs?
No.
Monsieur Simard?
On est à l'article 18, là, c'est ça?
Are we at clause 18? No.
Ms. Barron?
Yes.
Yeas pour, 6, nays contre, 5, 5.
That carries. Clause 19. All amendments in this package have a line conflict. As soon as one amendment is adopted, no other amendment can be voted on. Shall CPC AC 1913-1 carry?
Yes. Mr. Aldag?
Yes.
Ms. Dabrousin?
Yes.
Mr. Badaway?
Yes.
Madame Lapointe?
Oui.
Mr. Sorbara?
Oui.
Mr. Dreeshen?
No.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear Mr. Dreeshen. No. Ms. Graham-Newman?
No, but I'm just reviewing the primary responsibilities of the committee chair, and acknowledging a point of order is prudent of the chair.
Mr.
So-
Padzer?
Oh, did you even get the right?
Oh,
She has to
well,
vote.
I think she had a vote that she wanted to do.
Did you get my vote?
The nay?
Wait.
Mr. Padzer?
Oh, okay. No.
Ms. Stubbs?
No.
Monsieur Simard?
Oui.
Ms. Barron?
Yes.
Yeas pour, 7, nays contre, 4, 4.
That carries. CPC 50. Shall CPC 50 carry?
Mr. Aldag?
No.
Ms. Dabrousin?
No.
Mr. Badaway?
No.
Madame Lapointe?
No.
Mr. Sorbara?
No.
Mr. Dreeshen?
Yes.
Ms. Graham-Newman?
Yes, but again, on page 1059, I'm acknowledging that if a member believes that the usual practice is not being followed, and it's not being followed by the chair, to acknowledge that of
Mr.
a point of order
Patzer?
request.
Mr. Padzer?
So are we just going on without acknowledging
Mr. Padzer?
The rules.
the rules?
Could someone answer this member?
That'd be a good question
Mr.
to
Patzer?
answer. Well, I would like the
Can
question to
someone
be
answer
answered.
this member
or
of
nay?
Parliament?
I'm just concerned that the usual practice is not being followed.
Mr. Patzer?
No? Hang on, sorry. Hold on. Yes. Yes, I'd like to change my vote to a yes.
Ms. Stubbs?
Well, yes, but we're also still ignoring Shelby.
Which is
Monsieur
why I said no.
Simard? Ms. Barron?
Nope.
Yeas pour, 5, 5, nays contre, 6, 6.
That's defeated. Package I. All amendments in this package have
Point
a
of
line
order.
conflict. As soon as one amendment is adopted,
Point of
no
order.
other amendment can be voted on. Shall
Point of order.
CPC AC 1916-1 carry?
Again, Mr. Chair,
Point of order.
we're gonna have a lot of mail to steal in the next election, I'll tell you that much.
It's,
Lib 10, huh?
no, package 1.
Oh.
It's with the dashes, 19.
Mr. Aldag,
Yes.
Ms. Dabrousin,
Yes.
Mr. Badaway,
Yes.
Madame Lapointe,
Oui.
Mr. Sorbara,
Yes.
Mr. Drishan.
No.
Mr. Drishan,
No.
Ms. Graham-Newman,
No, but does the chair believe that we're disrupting the proceedings? Because we're trying to
Miss-
carry on here. We're just trying to
Miss-
get some points of order out. To,
Mr. Patzer,
Are we? What's the status of
Mr. Patzer,
our points of order?
Can't wait to send a mailer around here. Lib 10, no.
Ms. Stubbs,
No.
This is Lib 10?
CPC Package 1, AC-1916-1. Mario Simard,
Oui.
Ms. Barron,
Yes.
Yeas pour, 7, nays contre.
That passes. Lib 10. If Lib 10 is adopted, BQ 22 cannot be moved due to a line conflict. Shall Lib 10 carry?
Mr. Aldag,
Yes.
Ms. Dabrousin,
Yes.
Mr. Badaway,
Yes.
Madame Lapointe,
Oui.
Mr. Sorbara,
Yes.
Mr. Drishan, Ms. Graham-Newman,
I like Mario's.
So, my question is to the chair. Like, are we? I recognize that he is determining the procedural admissibility of matters that are being raised by different members of the committee, but I'm concerned that the rules and practices of the committee are not being respected. So, if the chair could just acknowledge
Ms.
our
Graham-Newman?
points of order, we are no on this.
yea or nay?
What are we? Well, I will acknowledge my vote is no, but I'm really hoping that we can get some consensus from our
Patzer?
chair on where we're directing ourselves.
Yeah, I mean,
Mr. Patzer,
I see BQ 22, right? So this is a no.
I just feel like we're rudderless
Ms. Stubbs, Monsieur Simard, Ms. Kwan,
Yes.
yeas pour, 7, nays contre, 4, 4.
That carries. CPC 51. If CPC 51 is adopted, CPC 52 and CPC 53 cannot be moved due to a line conflict. Shall CPC 51 carry?
Chair, can you clarify the line conflict? Could you just clarify the line conflict for the members here?
CPC 51,
Or like, so no, or suddenly I've
Recorded vote?
disappeared? I'm not making any noise.
Mr. Aldag,
No.
Ms. Dabrousin,
No.
Mr. Badaway,
No.
Madame Lapointe,
No.
Mr. Sorbara,
No.
Mr. Drishan,
Yes to ministerial responsibility.
Okay.
Ms. Graham-Newman,
Well, I have to acknowledge that as a member of parliament right now, I'm embarrassed. I'm embarrassed. We're in a democracy and we have Canadians, we have people in my riding of Hastings, Lennox, Nannington watching, and this is reflective of how our committee business is. This is not how committee business should be working.
Ms. Graham-Newman,
Again, I'll say yes, but the people of Hastings, Lennox, Nannington, and people across this country
Mr.
are
Patzer.
watching democracy and watching how our committees are working, and this is ridiculous.
Mr. Patzer,
Yeah, and I mean, I would have to concur with my colleague here that this is, in fact, very, very ridiculous. I mean, the fact that the chair just continues to willfully ignore people. I mean, I'm sure the people of Calgary Skyview would be thrilled about that, especially when they find out. He won't be able to steal that from them. So this is going to
Mr.
be
Patzer?
I'm going to vote yes.
Ms. Stubbs,
We should send a mailer to his riding about this.
I think so.
Ms. Stubbs,
He'll just grab them all. Yes.
Gets there.
Monsieur Simard,
Order, Chair.
No.
Ms. Kwan,
I want to apologize for my early.
No.
yeas pour, 4, nays contre, 7.
That's defeated. CPC 52. If CPC 52 is adopted, CPC 53 cannot be moved due to a line conflict. Shall CPC 52 carry?
Did you know that this is supplemental?
Mr. Aldag.
No.
Ms. Dabrousin?
No.
Mr. Badaway?
No.
Madame Lapointe?
No.
Mr. Sorbara?
No.
Mr. Dreeshen?
I'd say yes to ministerial responsibility.
Ms. Graham-Newman?
Again,
I don't know.
Chair, on page 1059, every point of order must be considered by the chair, who determines whether or not the point of order has merit. So I'm curious, how is he considering whether or not, how is our chair considering whether or not it has merit or not when he's not listening to the
Graham-Newman?
point of order? Yes.
Yes. Mr. Patzer?
Oh, sorry. How'd you vote? Yes. Oh, yes. Yes.
Ms. Stubbs?
Yes.
Monsieur Simard?
No.
Ms. Kwan?
No.
Yeas pour, 4, 4, nays contre, 7, 7.
That's defeated. CPC 53. Shall CPC 53 carry?
Mr. Aldag.
No.
Ms. Dabrousin.
No.
Mr. Badaway.
No.
Madame Lapointe.
No.
Mr. Sorbara.
No.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Yes.
Ms. Cram-Newman.
Okay, so we have perhaps some new perspective to help aid our chair. I'm just with regards to what's considered a point of order or not.
Ms. Cram-Newman.
I'll acknowledge yes, but I'm just hoping that we can have some of our points of orders acknowledged.
Mr. Patzer. Mr. Patzer.
Oh, sorry, it's stuck in my tooth. Yes.
Ms. Stubbs.
Yes.
Monsieur Simard.
No.
Ms. Kwan.
No.
It's 4 yeas, 7 nays.
That's defeated. CPC 54. Shall CPC 54 carry? Yes.
Mr. Aldag.
No.
Ms. Dabrousin.
No.
Mr. Badaway.
No.
Madame Lapointe.
No.
Mr. Sorbara. Mr. Dreeshen.
Well, I can't see why we shouldn't be dealing with provincial governments and Indigenous governing bodies. So I'm going to say yes. Liberals can say no.
Ms. Graham-Newman.
Indeed, just to read it into the record, federal ministers as well as representatives of provincial governments and Indigenous governing bodies. Absolutely yes.
Mr. Patzer.
I mean, you'd be crazy to vote against this one. I mean, it says it itself. Provincial governments and Indigenous governing bodies, which are kind of the sole jurisdiction of natural resources.
Mr. Patzer.
Yeah.
Ms. Stubbs.
Yeah, I'm voting in favor of including provincial governments and
Monsieur
Indigenous
Simard.
governing bodies, so yes.
Ms. Kwan.
No.
5 yeas, 6 nays.
That's defeated. Shall Clause 19 carry as amended?
Clause 19? Mr. Aldag.
Yes.
Ms. Dabrousin.
Yes.
Mr. Badaway.
Yes.
Madame Lapointe.
Oui.
Mr. Sorbara.
Oui.
Mr. Dreeshen.
No.
Ms. Cram-Newman.
Again, I recognize that decisions by the chair are not debatable, but the decisions aren't being even acknowledged, whether or not to accept the points of order.
Ms. Cram-Newman.
No, right? No.
Mr. Patzer.
Sorry, these are really sticky.
Mr. Patzer.
Sorry, no.
Ms. Stubbs.
No, but clerk, could you answer our questions about the rules?
Monsieur Simard. Ms. Kwan.
Yes.
6 yeas, 5 nays. That passes.
Point of order.
New clause 19.1,
Aw.
BQ 23. Shall BQ 23 carry? Mr. Aldag.
No.
Ms. Abruzin.
No.
Mr. Badaway.
No.
Madame Lapointe.
No.
Mr. Sorbera. Mr. Dreeshen. Ms. Cramp-Newman.
Full stop here. I'm sorry, but we have to recognize that I recognize that the chair has the use of his discretion.
Ms. Cramp-Newman.
We're not being repetitive because the chair does not even know what our point of order is. So it's
Ms.
incumbent
Cramp-Newman?
of the chair to at least acknowledge a point of order.
Mr. Patzer.
Did you receive my vote?
Ms. Cramp-Newman.
No.
Mr. Patzer.
Yeah, I mean, there's some outstanding concerns around the lack of acknowledgement of members who wish to speak. And I think Ms. Cramp-Nyman's said it very well here. And I think we should consider what she has to say. And I think after this vote, I hope that you will accept her point of order, and I'll be voting no.
Ms. Stubbs.
No.
Monsieur Simard.
Oui.
Ms. Kwan. Ms. Kwan.
No.
1 yay, 10 nays. We will suspend for a few moments. Lib 11. Shall Lib 11 carry?
Yes.
No. Mr. Aldag.
Yes.
Ms. Abruzin.
Yes.
Mr. Badaway.
Yes.
Madame Lapointe.
Oui.
Mr. Sorbera.
Yes.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Definitely no.
Ms. Cramp-Newman.
I understand we have a lot of amendments to go through, but it's really important that we slow things down just so that everybody can hear. Can we just, we're just waiting until Ms. Stubbs, so that we're all consistent with what votes on the table. Can you just repeat the?
Lib 11. Ms. Cramp-Newman.
No.
Mr. Patzer.
This thing says it's supplemented by Health Canada. It's craziness. Lib 11 is a, thanks to Mr. Aldag's comments earlier, a hard no.
Ms. Stubbs.
No.
Monsieur Simard.
Pour.
Ms. Kwan.
Yes.
7 yeas, 4 nays. That carries. BQ 24. Shall BQ 24 carry? Mr. Aldag.
No.
Ms. Abruzin.
No.
Mr. Badaway.
No.
Madame Lapointe.
No.
Mr. Sorbera.
No.
Mr. Dreeshen.
No.
Ms. Cramp-Newman.
No.
Mr. Patzer.
Did you go over to the?
Mr. Patzer.
Well, I mean, if we weren't rushed, I'd probably have time to review it enough to say maybe, but due to this outstanding pressure, I'm going to say no.
Ms. Stubbs.
I think I'm the last person.
Monsieur Simard.
I'm the last person.
Pour.
Ms. Kwan.
No.
1 yay, 10 nays. That's defeated. CPC 55. Shall CPC 55 carry?
Mr. Aldag.
No.
Ms. DeBruzen.
No.
Mr. Badaway.
No.
Madame Lapointe.
No.
Mr. Sorbara.
No.
Mr. Dreeshen.
I can't believe that they're going against talking to the affected industries and stakeholders, but yes, definitely.
Ms. Cramp-Newman.
The importance of listening to testimony from stakeholders is critical. It's number one, and members opposite are voting against it. I can't comprehend it. I can't get my head around it. Yes.
Mr. Patzer.
Good to see you here, Mr. Clerk. I just noticed that we had a different clerk there, so I just want to acknowledge that. And regardless of that, I will be voting in favor of my wonderful colleague's amendment here.
Stubbs.
Yes.
Monsieur Simard.
No.
Ms. Kwan. 4 yeas, 7 nays.
That's defeated. CPC 56. Shall CPC 56 carry?
Mr. Aldag.
No.
Ms. DeBruzen.
No.
Mr. Badaway.
No.
Madame Lapointe.
No.
Mr. Sorbera.
No.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Once again, the side opposite. No interest in provincial governments and Indigenous people. I'm going to say yes.
Ms. Cramp-Newman.
And the importance of consulting with provincial governments and Indigenous governing bodies, absolutely yes. I can't comprehend anything
Mr.
else.
Patzer.
Consulting provincial governments and Indigenous governing bodies as appropriate in relation to the plans. I mean, that seems like a no-brainer, so yes.
Ms. Stubbs.
Well, of course, C50 as drafted by the NDP Liberals doesn't require any consultation with provincial governments or Indigenous governing bodies, which is why I
Ms.
proposed
Stubbs.
this amendment. So I vote yes to consultation in provincial governments and Indigenous governance bodies.
Monsieur Simard.
No.
Ms. Kwan.
No.
4 yeas, 7 nays.
That's defeated. Shall Clause 20 carry as amended?
Mr. Aldag.
Yes.
Ms. DeBruzen.
Yes.
Mr. Badaway.
Oui.
Madame Lapointe.
Oui.
Mr. Sorbera.
Yes.
Mr. Dreeshen.
No.
Ms. Cramp-Newman.
The answer is no, but earlier there was several points of order and there was no acknowledgement by the chair. So I'm just wondering if the chair can acknowledge his intent or why the decision was
Mr.
not
Patzer.
announced to acknowledge the point of order.
Mr. Patzer.
Yeah, and I mean, that's a very fair point, and I think it's one that needs to be considered, so therefore I'm going to vote no.
Ms. Stubbs.
No.
Mr. Simard.
Listen to a podcast.
Ms. Kwan.
Yes.
Yeas, 5 nays.
That passes. Clause 21, CPC 57. If CPC 57 is adopted, CPC 58, CPC 59, CPC 60, CPC 61, CPC 62, CPC 63, CPC 64, and amendments in package J and K cannot be moved due to a line conflict. Shall CPC
I challenge the rule, Chair.
57 carry?
I challenged your ruling, Chair.
Challenge, Chair.
I challenged your ruling. No.
You have a challenge, Chair.
I challenged you, Chair.
You have a challenge.
I challenged you. It's pretty straightforward. It's a dilatory motion, which means there's no debate, and you immediately have to proceed with the vote because it's a dilatory motion. And it was in between the vote calls, so you can't say that a vote was going on. It's a dilatory motion. You have to recognize
So
that
I'll say again, shall CPC 57 carry?
I challenged you, Chair. You cannot proceed when there's a dilatory motion on the floor.
You can't break the rules, Chair. You're supposed to.
Yes.
It's pretty simple. Ms. DeBruce.
Yes.
Mr. Badaway.
Yes.
Madame Lapointe.
Oui.
Mr. Sorbera. Mr. Dreeshen.
We vote yes, that kills that
I'm going to vote no.
No. No?
No.
Ms. Cramp-Newman.
No, but I just received feedback from someone that's watching this live, and they're really concerned about the goings-ons of
Mr. Patzer.
like. Can we have some direction here as to whether or not members will be acknowledged?
Because I did actually challenge the chair prior to this, and it's a dilatory motion, which means you actually have to acknowledge it. But that being said, with regards to the vote we have coming up, this there's net zero confidence in the chair, but I'm going to be voting no.
Ms. Stubbs.
So where do we go next?
No.
Monsieur Simard.
Oui.
Ms. Kwan.
Yes.
7 yeas, 4 nays.
I challenge
That
the chair.
passes.
Challenge the chair. I challenge the chair. Dilatory motion. I challenge the chair. Mr. Chair, you have to acknowledge that there is a dilatory motion on the
Okay,
floor.
since the chair
okay?
is just
And my mic keeps
ignoring
randomly
us,
turning off.
since the chair is ignoring us completely, since the chair is ignoring us completely, could maybe one of the clerks answer about what should happen now with the challenge to the chair?
Because it's a dilatory motion, all things have to stop and you proceed with a dilatory motion until it's done. And because we're in between votes, you can't just ignore me, Mr. Chair, because this is the time that I was instructed by you earlier in
This
this
was
committee
when we
that
were
this was the time I was supposed to raise my points of order and it's supposed to be the time for me to challenge the chair, which actually earlier today in this meeting, you actually instructed us to challenge you, and I am doing so. So if you want to be consistent with your words and your rulings, Mr. Chair, you should accept this challenge, this dilatory motion, and we should proceed as follows with the challenge to the chair over the ruling that you made in regards to the CPC amendments.
We recognize it's your discretion, Mr. Chair, but you also have
Rules to follow.
rules to follow. Thank
Je
you.
je voudrais simplement dire à mes amis.
I would simply like to say for my interpreter friends that I know that it's very late, and if they want to stop interpreting all these silly things that are being said, I won't be angry at them.
Motion, Mr. Chair. Dilatory motion. Since there seems to be a pause, Mr. Chair, I think we should proceed with the vote on the challenge to the chair because it's a...
If CPC 65 is adopted,
Okay, so
CPC 66,
the dilatory motion
CPC
is what
67,
supersedes committee.
CPC 68, CPC 69, CPC
Wow.
70, CPC 71, CPC 72, and CPC 73, and
Okay, Chair, you know
amendments
got
in
more
package
individual
L
in the last two
cannot be
elections, right?
moved due to a line conflict. Shall CPC 65 carry?
I challenge the chair. I challenge the chair, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
I challenge you. It's a dilatory motion.
Mr. Brusen.
Yes.
Okay, so what number?
Mr. Badaway.
It's even a new day.
Yes.
Madame Lapointe.
Oui.
Mr. Sorbera.
I sustain the chair. Oui. Yes, yes, yes.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Is this on CPC 65 or the challenge of the chair?
This is on CP 65, sir.
No.
Ms. Cramp-Newman.
Am I voting on the challenge or the
Question is on CPC 65.
No.
Mr. Patzer.
As I recall, we didn't vote on the challenge to the chair, so I'm not sure how we can proceed because there's a dilatory motion on the floor. So, you know, my vote in the confidence of the chair is no.
Ms. Stubbs.
No.
Monsieur Simard.
No.
Ms. Kwan. Ms. Kwan.
Yes.
So after we do this. Yeah.
6 yeas, 5 nays.
That is passed. Shall Clause 21 carry as amended?
No.
Mr. Aldag.
Yes.
Ms. Drabusin.
Yes.
Mr. Badouet.
Yes.
Madame Lapointe.
Oui.
Mr. Sorbera.
Yes, please.
Mr. Dreeshen.
No.
Ms. Cramp-Newman.
No, but I ask again, why is the challenge to the chair not being acknowledged?
Ms. Cramp-Newman.
I acknowledge no, but I'm also
Actually,
asking again.
A senior Liberal staffer actually just
Mr.
also
Patzer.
asked the same question. So, like,
He's concerned about the future for his party when they're in opposition.
no, I
And
don't think he is. He's just like
Mr. Patzer.
actually asking about application of the rules here, and that was helpful to us. Like,
yeah, rules matter, and my vote for the confidence of the chair is no.
Again, it's a podcast.
Ms. Stubbs.
no,
Monsieur Simard.
like I give that cue.
Ms. Kwan.
Yes.
So this can be moved. This is an admissible. Okay. Yes. Okay, so we'll go slow. Yeah, sure, of course.
6 yeas, 5 nays.
That is passed. Now, colleagues, since Clause 2 was postponed, the committee will now vote on Clause 2 and its proposed amendments. So once again, since Clause 2 was postponed, the committee will now vote on Clause 2 and its proposed amendments.
This is wrong clause 2.
Clause 2, BQ-1, shall BQ-1 carry?
No.
No.
Mr. Badouet. Mr. Badouet.
No.
Madame Lapointe.
No.
Mr. Sorbera.
No.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Just looking for it here.
Is it, block
No.
one?
Ms. Cramp-Newman.
No.
Mr. Patzer.
Yeah, I mean, we gave notice of a sub-amendment for this one to strike obligations and from point A. So assuming that we are voting for that because that was actually what the sub-amendment to this one was, I would have voted in favor of that, but since I don't know what's happening, I'm going to say, are we going to do a sub-amendment? Is that?
Mr. Patzer on BQ1, Clause 2.
We have a question. Can someone answer a question?
The sub-amendment that was submitted because the
Anyone.
directive from the House does not actually exclude sub-amendments, so.
Mr. Patzer?
What's the answer?
Chair?
Chair, what's the answer?
It's a new day, so I'm just
Stubbs?
wondering.
Okay, given that the rules are not being followed, the chair is absolutely making things up as he goes along, backed up by the NDP and Liberals. I just do want to get, and it's the middle of the night in Ottawa, and this whole thing has been pushed through behind closed doors, which is exactly what this bill will be. I do just want to give verbal notice that the committee has lost confidence in the member of Calgary Skyview as the chair of the Standing Committee on Natural Resources and instructs the clerk to organize an election of a new chair.
I think that there's somebody who's speaking over the vote. I can't hear it.
Ms. Kwan.
No.
You did, Mayor.
6. 1 yea, 6 nays.
So that is defeated. CPC 1 is inadmissible as the interpretation clause of a bill is not the place to propose a substantive amendment to a bill unless other amendments have been adopted. That would
challenge your
warrant
ruling.
amendments to the interpretation clause.
I challenge your ruling. I challenge your ruling,
Hey.
Chair. Dilatory motion.
So Mr. Patzer has challenged the ruling of the chair.
Thank you, Chair. Obviously, we disagree that this is a substantive
So we
amendment.
will
this
go
is definitely.
to a challenge to sustain the chair's ruling.
Mr. Aldag.
Yes.
Ms. DeBrusen.
Yes, sustain the chair.
Mr. Badaway.
Yes.
Madame Lapointe.
Oui.
Mr. Sorbera.
Yes.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Absolutely not.
Ms. Cramp Newman.
No.
Well, not faster, because.
Mr. Patzer.
Oh, yes. Thank you very much for acknowledging the fact that we challenged the chair on his ruling of what Indigenous governing body means. And I will be voting no to sustaining the chair.
Ms. Stubbs.
Net zero confidence.
No to sustain the chair.
Monsieur Simao. Ms. Kwan.
Yes.
7 yeas, 4 nays. Sustained ruling.
The ruling has been sustained. NDP-1. Shall NDP-1 carry?
No. Yes. Nays have it.
Vote. Mr. Alday.
Yes.
Ms. DeBrusen.
Yes.
Mr. Badaway.
Yes.
Madame Lapointe.
Oui.
Mr. Sorbera.
Yes.
Mr. Dreeshen.
No.
Ms. Cramp Newman.
No.
Tell us how you really feel, Earl.
Mr. Patzer.
No.
Oh my gosh, no. No.
Ms. Stubbs.
Nay.
Monsieur Simao. Ms. Kwan.
Yes.
7 yeas, 4 nays. It carries.
That is carried. DQ2. Shall DQ2 carry?
Mr. Aldag.
No.
Ms. DeBrusen.
No.
Mr. Badaway.
No.
Madame Lapointe.
No.
Mr. Sorbera.
No.
Mr. Dreeshen.
No.
If it's NDP, we're no.
Ms. Cramp Newman.
No.
Mr. Patzer.
That was my
Mr.
instinct.
Patzer.
That's a great instinct. No.
Ms. Stubbs.
No.
Monsieur Simao. Ms. Kwan.
No.
1 yea, 10 nay. Defeated.
So that is defeated.